and you can either make the people who have to leave early DVDs or just email it to you.
Would you like to
Kick that voice up a little bit
Want to
more.
use the microphone?
If you use the microphone, I won't have to ask him to kick his voice up a little bit.
You want to use it?
Yeah, all right.
Let's keep this part far away from you. Far away from you. Yeah, this part. Unplug you for a second.
When you have a bassier voice, David, it doesn't carry as far. You know, the higher tones pierce. So I mean,
What are you talking about?
Do you remember that one?
What?
Do you remember your little boy voice?
I did a little boy voice?
Yeah, he said you need to talk higher so he can hear it.
No, he was just talking about.
he's more monotone. That's
Oh.
You have to do the presented the script for Vulcan.
Hello?
Yeah.
Is that going to be fine or?
yeah, that's good. That's
All right. Right, so like I said, if anyone needs to leave early, I won't be offended. This will be between 2 and 3 hours. And just a disclaimer, I have a bad cough, so if I sound like a veteran smoker, I apologize for that. So anyway, the focus of this presentation, I don't know why that's messed up there, is going to be deciphering Genesis chapter 49, where Jacob gives specific prophecies to each one of his 12 sons in the last days. So we're going to dive into that to find out just exactly. Oh, I got it, yeah.
I can change the slides for you if you need me to do that. Just say next. And then I'll-
Okay, yeah, I think
I'm
that's
right here.
better.
Thanks.
Right, so since this is being filmed for people that are relatively new at this, I'm just going to give a couple minutes of elementary stuff you already know. I apologize for that. Genesis 17, 20 through 21, this is where Yahweh blesses Ishmael, who is Abraham's, the son of Hagar and Abraham, and he doesn't inherit, but he still gets a blessing. And as for Ishmael, I have heard thee. Behold, I have blessed him, and will make him fruitful, and will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant will I establish with Isaac, which Sarah shall bear unto thee at this set time in the next year. Now, the reason I bring this up is because if we accept the premise that all of the tribes are Jewish, we have a problem right off the bat, because Ishmael has the lesser blessing, yet his descendants are over 100 million people today. But there's only 15 million Jews in the entire world. So if Isaac gets the covenant and Ishmael gets the lesser blessing, then why does Ishmael outnumber Isaac? We got a big problem right here already. Next. And here's the second problem with believing the traditional theory that all the tribes are Jewish. We're going to go through 5 verses real quick. Genesis 15:5. And he brought him forth abroad and said, Look not toward heaven and tell the stars, if thou be able to number them. And he said unto him, So shall thy seed be. Next. As many as the stars. Keep that in mind. Genesis 22:17. Then in blessing I will bless thee, and in multiplying I will multiply thy seed as the stars of the heaven, and as the sand which is upon the seashore, and thy seed shall possess the gate of his enemies. Okay, so what do we got so far? Abraham's seed through Isaac will be as many as the stars in the sky, sand in the sea. Next. Genesis 26:4. And I will make thy seed to multiply as the stars of heaven, and I will give unto thy seed all these countries, And in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. Next. Genesis 28:14. And thy seed shall be as the dust of the earth. And then thou shalt spread abroad to the west, and to the east, and to the north, and to the south. And in thee and in thy seed shall all the families of the earth be blessed. Next. And finally, Hosea 1:10. Yet the number of the children of Israel shall be as the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured nor numbered. And it shall come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, Ye are not my people, there it shall be said unto them, Ye are the sons of the living out.
Hallelujah.
Next.
Can you just, it's okay, you can drop your tone a little bit because you got the microphone, so.
Okay. All right, so what do we see here? Isaac has to be greater than Ishmael, and he's as many as the stars in the sky, the dust in the ground, sand in the sea. He needs to be a big number. So 15 million Jews, if it's only the Jews, compared to 7 billion people, just doesn't match up. I think even a kindergartner could catch this logical fallacy. And then there's hundreds of prophecies relating to how the nations will be scattered. I'll just give one, and then we're going to get into the nitty-gritty of things to prove that they were scattered. This is basically Jim Staley's identity crisis, but on steroids. This gets to the heart of the matter. Stuff he didn't want to talk about, I guess. In Amos 9:9 it says, For lo, I will command, and I will sift the house of Israel among all nations, like as corn is sifted in a sieve, yet shall not the least grain fall upon the earth. Next. We'll get to this in a minute. But notice what the prophet Amos said is that not the least grain shall be sifted. We'll be able to track them all. So, people that attack the two-house theology, they say, well, all the tribes, we're lost, we can't find them. Well, it's not true. We're going to show you how we find them. Then they say, well, they must all be dead. Well, didn't Amos just say that not one grain of them shall be sifted? And then the other objection is, well, you know, nobody can lose their identity after, you know, people have to know who they are. Well, to give one example, you know, Boaz Michael of First Fruits of Zion, his great-grandmother was Jewish, and he forgot who he was due to interfaith marriage. So if he could forget after 2 or 3 generations, why couldn't anyone else forget? And then finally, the other problem, if you accept the traditional theory that all the tribes are Jewish, is that the word Jew is not mentioned in the whole Bible until 1 Kings 16:6. It comes from the Hebrew word Yehudah, which means the tribe of Judah. The word Jew is not mentioned till then. So the Jews are only one tribe. You can look in it. Huh?
Amen.
Amen. Amen. So you can look at a Strong's Concordance and disprove that. And so this is where we're going to dive into this. So just a quick disclaimer. This is a little long because there's a couple thousand pages of data to be covered. And so because of this, and for another reason I'm going to, I ask that anyone please not ask any questions until it's over so you can see a big picture, and please be open-minded. Now another disclaimer is that there are some clowns that's abusing some of this truth to spread hate and division to people. Now some of these people, they're called, Christian identity or whatnot, these neo-Nazi white supremacists. But see, we have another problem here. Because if these guys say they're the Israelites, well, why aren't they following Torah? Why are they still Christians? And why do they idolize Hitler, who was a pagan, not a Christian or any Judeo-Christian religion, and he was not even an Aryan or Anglo-Saxon. He was descended from the Assyrians, which we'll cover a little bit later on. So the word to those people is that, I got a question for them. Do you all have a case of the terminal stupids? So you're not going to hold on to this information that was hundreds of years before you distorted it. We're going to take it back because
Amen.
there's some truth to it.
Let's take it back.
So anyway, the whole purpose of this is to decipher Genesis 49, these end-time prophecies. But before we get to that, we need to explain a little biblical history. Now, this area right here is what secular historians call the Phoenician Empire, also known as the Fertile Crescent. Now, there's already a problem right here because Phoenicia is not an accurate term. And you'll see this as a running theme throughout this presentation, is that the Greeks and the Romans wrote most of history. And a lot of linguistics and stuff has been lost, which kind of requires some detective work, and also finding some alternate or lesser known historians. The term Phoenicia was actually invented by Homer. Next slide. Not that Homer, next one. The term Phoenicia was invented by Homer, the Greek poet/author. It's from the Greek word phoenike, which is the Greek equivalent to the word Canaan. So the Greek historians and then the Romans later took Phoenique and changed it to Phoenicia. So the Romans conquered the Greeks eventually. This was to refer to this whole empire. And actually, the Phoenicians just started off as the people of Tyre and Sidon. Next slide. So this is what we're going to trace. Now, eventually, the kingdom of King David united both the kingdoms of Israel and Judah into one kingdom. And we're going to see through David and Solomon that he had an alliance with these so-called Phoenicians. We'll just call them Phoenicians for the sake of simplicity. But see, the Tyre and Sidon, their land wasn't very well developed, and so they had to import food from other people. And the people that provided the food was Israel. And you read this in Ezekiel 27:17. So there's a relationship between Phoenicia and Israel. Israel gives them their food, and Phoenicia does something else for them. And we're going to get to that. Now, the Phoenicians, or the Tyrans and the Sidonians, were Semitic people just like the Israelites. You see this in 1 Kings 17, verses 9 through 16. When Elijah stayed with the Sidonian widow in the Sidonian suburb of Zarephath, they had no trouble communicating. They already understood each other. The Phoenicians and the Israelites, they shared a common heritage. They're both Semitic, a common language. Even their alphabets were similar, which we'll get to in a bit. And they also shared a common enemy, the Philistines. So this is all the more reason to form an alliance, plus the Phoenicians need food, and the Israelites will benefit from them later. Now, how this all started, you'll find that the alliance was formed when King David and Hiram, the king of Tyre at the time, formed a close personal relationship. You'll find this in three places: 2 Samuel 5:11, 2 Samuel 7:1 through 3, and 1 Kings 5:1, where the king of Tyre, I guess he was really hungry or something, just went to David and started giving him gifts and formed a friendship, and then just catapulted from there. Now, David, as we all know, was a warlike monarch, and he expanded Israel's borders and influence by conquering the kingdoms of the Philistines, the Moabites, the Ammonites, the Edomites, and the Syrians. Now, some historical sources, most English Bibles call the Syrians, but the more proper term is actually Aramaic. As you know, the language Aramaic, which you see present in actually the book of Daniel, some other books were partially written in Aramaic, and some Jewish prayers, such as on Yom Kippur, are in Aramaic. It is a Semitic language that used a similar alphabet. Next. And we're going to see how the Arameans and the Israelites were close kinsmen too. Now, Mesopotamia this term is interchangeable with Assyria. Doesn't matter which term you use, the Bible uses both. So this map here, the green area, this was the kingdom of Assyria. Now keep this map in mind as we're going to go back to it a couple times, so go to the next slide. Now, David commanded an army at one point of 1,570,000 soldiers, not counting the tribes of Levi and Benjamin. You'll see this in 1 Chronicles 21, verses 1 through 6. Now, in 1 Chronicles chapter 19, we see that the Ammonites provoked a war with King David, and they hired a very large number of soldiers from the Mesopotamian nations, as well as Syria, to fight David's army. And these mercenaries they hired, the combined fighting force was 32,000 chariots. So you can guess how many men are in there. Now this is confusing at first, because in 1 Chronicles 18:11, we see that the Ammonites, because David conquered them and made them his servants, they were paying a tribute to him. So they couldn't afford to hire these 32,000 chariots and mercenaries. So what actually happened when you read this whole chapter is that the Assyrian Empire, or the Mesopotamians, actually gave the Ammonites money so that the Ammonites could hire the mercenaries for them, as well as hire the Syrians. They didn't want to openly declare war on David, so they used these other guys. But David found out eventually. And so this whole 1 Chronicles chapter 19, it chronicles this very bloody battle. Now, just the Syrians, or the Arameans alone, in this battle, they lost as much people as the United States lost during the entire war of Vietnam. Give you an idea.
In one day.
Yes, in one day. So, next slide, please. Now, actually, secular historical sources, and we're going to use a few of them, they all back up the scriptures. And so, secular historical sources tell us, now, during the time all of this was going on, the Assyrian king was named Tiglath-Pileser I. Now, when he died, his successors, these guys, Ashur-Rabbi II and Tiglath-Pileser II, it just all went downhill from there. Now, the Arameans, the secular history books call them the Arameans, not the Syrians. The Arameans actually drove away the Assyrians. Now, at first this doesn't make sense, because after that battle in 1 Chronicles 19, David made the Syrians his servants. So, how is it they're fighting the Assyrians when the Syrians were fighting with the Assyrians against David to begin with? Well, after David hired them as his servants, since they were his servants, he used them to drive the rest of the Assyrians away. Then I go to the next slide. Now, I forget which slide this, but we'll come back to it, is that that map of Mesopotamia you saw? That was all the Assyrian Empire. But David, when he made the Syrians his servants, the Syrians drove away the Assyrians, and then the Phoenicians actually got all that land. And when you look up in history books the map of the Phoenician Empire or the Assyrian Mesopotamian Empire, they're the exact same land. But as you know, they're all Greek and Roman terms, so they don't identify these people correctly. And this is what we'll find out. Now, the Israelites and the Arameans, they've always been pretty close. Isaac married an Aramean girl named Rebekah. And in Deuteronomy 26, 1 through 5, we see an Israelite making an offering, and he said that a Syrian or an Aramean was his father. And prior to this battle with the Syrians and the Ammonites, King Tow of Aramea actually was an ally of David's. So they're all Semitic people, and they're actually, just like the Phoenicians, they actually are practically kinsmen. Because when I say Semitic people, like when people say anti-Semite, first thing you think of is anti-Jewish, but a Semitic person is anyone who comes from Noah's son Shem. Even some pagans like the Assyrians and the Philistines are Semites too. So that's what I mean when I say Semite. So then you go to the next slide, please. You're done adjusting that. Okay, so what is it that Israel wanted to use the Phoenicians for? We're about to find this out. David was not allowed to build Yahweh's temple because he had too much blood on his hands. We see this in 2 Samuel 7, verses 1 through 13, and 1 Chronicles 22, verse 8. However, even though he wasn't allowed to build the temple, he continued to stockpile materials for the temple up until his son Solomon took the throne. And the question is, who's getting the materials and where are they coming from? Because, what's that?
I said, you guys say? Is it?
Well,
I'm sorry.
we'll see if you're right. We'll see if you're right. Now, because while David was stockpiling these materials, Tyre and Sidon, or Phoenicia, built David's palace for him as a gift. And evidently, all of these... Something happened.
Did you have the right?
Oh,
Oh, you need to plug it in?
No, it's not. It's
Telephone.
there. Cool. We're good.
Okay, so go to the next slide, please. Okay, so now we're back to this map. Now, if you remember the old map I showed you of Mesopotamia, it's the exact same land. So what's going on here? Well, the Israelites and the Phoenicians, when they teamed up, they took all the Assyrians' land. And the green area, this was the area that Solomon controlled. You see this in 1 Kings chapter 4. So I'll go to the next slide, please. Now, so we're getting to why the Israelites needed an alliance with the Phoenicians. Now, in 1 Kings 5:1, shortly after Solomon took the throne, Hiram, the king of Tyre that was close with David, he sent ambassadors to Solomon to ensure that there was a continued good relationship with Israel's new king. And so then in the same chapter, we see that Tyre and Sidon, or Phoenicia, is working with Israel to construct the temple. Because remember, Yahweh said David can't build it because he has too much blood on his hands. But his son Solomon is going to build the temple. So then, in 1 Chronicles 8:2, King Hiram gives a number of Phoenician cities to King Solomon. Then Solomon settles Israelites in these cities. So these people are getting intermingled. And you're going to see this come to fruition later. So, you saw that green area. That included some of Egypt. Well, that was because Solomon's first wife was a daughter of Egypt's Pharaoh. And so, Pharaoh sent an army to conquer a city and present it to Solomon as a gift, probably as a dowry to his daughter. So, what we're seeing here, that the mainstream history books don't talk about anymore, they used to. A lot of the information I'm getting here is, well, it's actually from several books, but those books get it from old editions of the Encyclopedia Britannica and older historians, because the modern history books, they just conveniently, after the 11th edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica, they start cutting this stuff out. Probably because when the prophet Darwin came along, nobody can verify that the Bible, that the events in the Bible are real, because that's heresy. So you go to the next slide, please. So, this is what Israel needed the Phoenicians for. In 2 Chronicles 8, verse 18, the Phoenicians had long-range ocean travel skills. They were seafarers, and they shared with the Israelites under the reign of David, their secrets of long-range ocean travel. And then we also see that the navies of all the nations, Phoenicians and Israelites, were commingled. This was basically a super empire, Israel, Phoenicia, and Egypt. And we see in 2 Chronicles 9:13, these ships brought 666 talents of gold to Solomon in 1 year. Now, depending on what scale you use, a talent is roughly 75 pounds. So each year, assuming this is the same amount every year, Solomon got about $316 million in modern USD just from these ships coming in. And then 1 Kings chapters 9 and 10, we see that the Phoenicians and the Israelites operate a combined allied fleet. And they went to international destinations all over the world. So you see, Israel knew that the Phoenicians had long-range ocean travel skills, something they didn't have. So David and Solomon needed them to get materials from elsewhere to help them build the temple. And they also built David's palace, Solomon's palace, a separate palace for his first Egyptian wife, among other things. So this was their symbiotic relationship. So if you go to the next slide, please. Now, these are two pictures of a Phoenician ship. These were called hippo ships. Now, they weighed over 1,000 tons and could carry over 500 tons of cargo, just one ship. They had tons of them. Now, by comparison, the Mayflower ship weighed only 180 tons by comparison. So compared to this big guy, the Mayflower is a little midget. But of course, everyone brags about the Mayflower. Oh, it was a revolutionary invention. This was the biggest ship ever made at the time. No, these ships, about 1,000 years or so before that, were even bigger. So if you go to the next slide, please. Now, what were the Phoenicians were going somewhere on these ships and excavating all these materials for the temple, you know, copper, gold, iron, whatever's needed for these buildings. And so this is a blast furnace. Now I have no pictures of the inside of the blast furnace, but this is it was all ruined on the inside when an archaeologist discovered this. And this is it's hard to see, but this is an artist's recreation of how the blast furnace worked. So we can see that the Phoenicians went somewhere and got precious metals and then smelted them in this furnace, which is in Ezion Geber. That's somewhere in Israel. It's now called, I think, Halaf, or no, it's Eloth, something like that. So if you go to the next slide, please.
That was near the ocean though, right?
I believe it was, I don't remember.
So they could unload the ore.
Okay, so where were the Phoenicians getting all of these precious metals? Because, okay, think about it. In 1 year, there was, you know, several thousand tons of gold, copper, ore, whatnot coming into Israel. And it couldn't have been from the Middle East because there was not that many mines there. So they had to go elsewhere. And it tells you in 2 Chronicles that the Phoenicians and the Israelites had a combined navy, and they sailed around the world. So where were some of the places that they went to get these precious metals? Here's one of them, Lake Superior in Michigan. Now before you think I'm going to some kook stuff, like I said, you got to watch till the end. Around the northern shore of Lake Superior and on the adjacent Isle Royale, there are approximately 5,000 ancient copper mines. In 1953 and 1956, Professor Roy Dreyer led 2 Michigan mining and technology expeditions to this site, to these mines. They carbon dated the charcoal at the bases of the mining pits. And it was determined that the mines had been operated between 2000 and 1000 BC. And they discovered that at least 500 million tons of metallic copper were removed during that time span, just from these mines in Michigan. Now, this time frame of between 2000 and 1000 BC, this was the time span that David and Solomon ruled. Okay, so they're getting, from this mine alone, 500 million tons of metallic copper. Now, what was the only nation at the time that had ships that advanced? Each ship could carry 500 tons of cargo, and then they're bringing back all of this gold to Solomon. The Phoenicians were here, getting those precious metals for the temple, the palaces, and other things. Now, if you go to the next slide, please. Now, this is what we call the Los Lunas stone. This is a Decalogue stone. This is an ancient Ten Commandments in Paleo-Hebrew, and it actually has the Father's name in Paleo-Hebrew, Yahweh, or however you pronounce it. Now, this was found on the border of Hidden Mountain in Los Lunas, New Mexico, 35 miles south of Albuquerque. And I'm going to show you several artifacts in Paleo-Hebrew and other Semitic languages that prove that people from Israel, Phoenicia, and other people from the Middle East were in North America getting these precious metals for the building of the temple and other Israelite structures.
Unfortunately, that first line up there has been defaced.
What, you mean this?
Yeah, the first line has been defaced. We
Defaced.
were there about, 4 years ago?
Yeah.
3 years ago?
Yeah, people.
Mario and I were there, and the top line's been defaced.
Yeah, because you can view that in New Mexico. I think you pay like $30 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't pay anything.
No.
Well, there's I wasn't going to mention it was defaced, but it was, and
Yeah.
there's a reason why. Now, when I show these artifacts, now, of course, because this is threatening to the status quo that Christopher Columbus was the first person to come to America, you know, the mainstream archaeologists, you know, most of them probably secular atheists, these college-educated people, they don't want to acknowledge that there's proof of the Bible or the people from it, nor the events. And you're going to see this pattern. Every time we see artifacts like this found, they're going to say, oh, it's a hoax. Well, a court of law in 1987 in Albuquerque determined this artifact to be authentic. There's nothing fake about it. And what was sad is that the people that were offended by this produced fake Greek artifacts. They made these fake artifacts themselves and presented them in court. And they said, oh, you see, that's Greek. Here's the other artifacts. Well, they found out these artifacts to counter this were a lie. And the people that falsified false evidence to the court were put in jail. So a court of law affirmed this is real. And as you know, Don, you can see this thing in New Mexico to this day.
Yeah.
And the state sponsored it as real. One of their courts found it as real. So you go to the next slide. Now this is the Bat Creek stone. This is found in Loudoun County, Tennessee in 1889. Now, for 90 years, all of the mainstream archaeologists, they said, oh, this thing's real. Because at first they thought this was a Cherokee alphabet. And it's natural to assume that because those were indigenous people of the Americas. However, in the 1970s, linguist Cyrus Gordon proved that it was written in Paleo-Hebrew, not in Cherokee alphabet. And when I say he proved it, he presented a good case, and the naysayers couldn't argue with it. So you guess what they're going to say next? Oh, this thing's fake. Well, for 90 years he said it was real, and all of a sudden, now that it's not in the language you thought was, now it's a fake. I mean, you pretty much guess where this is going. And they'll say, well, the stone is carbon dated to 1000 BC, but the letters were added later. Well, why did it take you 90 years to find out, and only after someone made you look stupid that you said, oh, it's fake? So you go to the next slide, please. Now, Baruch was actually wearing a shirt that had these. I'd like to know where you got that t-shirt. Yeah, you're wearing it right now. These are the Newark Holy Stones, discovered in Newark, Ohio in 1860. These are decalogues, basically the 10 Commandments. And of course, they're a hoax too. Ask any scientist. It's all a hoax. You go to the next one, please. Now we're going to come back to this later. This was a stele found in Davenport, Iowa. And it's written in 3 ancient languages, and I'll tell you what languages these are later. Now this is a hoax too, so forget you ever saw it. We'll go to the next one. Now this was nicknamed Mystery Hill, also called America's Stonehenge in Salem, New Hampshire. Now what this place is, as you know, just from the account of Elijah the prophet, which we'll discuss in this presentation too, is that the Phoenicians were Baal worshippers. Well, Mystery Hill was a shrine dedicated to Baal, and it has Paleo-Hebrew inscriptions in it too. Now, think about it. If they're mining all these hundreds and thousands of tons from a place you don't live in, they have to establish some posts and whatnot. You go to the next slide, please. It's just a closer view. It does kind of look like Stonehenge. And you go to the next slide. Go back. And that's the last one. Now you go to now of course this is a hoax too, so forget you ever saw that. As you go to the next one, these are the Adena tablets. Now this is a pagan sun god. And again, Paleo-Hebrew, Semitic language inscription. A total of 13 of these tablets were found in Kentucky, Ohio, and West Virginia. Now they acknowledge that one of them is real, because they had no choice to. But the rest are fake. This is the one they claim is real, so it's okay to believe that one's real. So you go to the next one. The scientists say it's okay. If you go to the next one, please. Now these were, several dozen of these stones were found in Susquehanna Valley in Pennsylvania. Again, some sort of Semitic language, Paleo-Hebrew. Those are fake, so never mind. You go to I think this is the last one. Now this is the most curious. This was found on Montague Island off the coast of Maine. Now evidently they had to build forts, places to live. Well, they shipped all these precious metals back to Israel. Now this, when translated, it says something like port or Sidon or Tyre. One of those places I forget. So the coast of Maine is their port where they sent the ships with the goods from. So you go to the next slide. I think that's the last one. All right, we'll get to this in a minute. So, okay, you get the picture. All of these things are fake. Even when a court of law acknowledges it's real, they're all fake. And all the, if you research these on the internet or go look in a history book, they'll all say they're fake. Now, these are the same scientific masterminds, these same astute geniuses that think we all came from crap-flinging apes and that the universe was created with a crackle bomb. These same geniuses that got their PhDs by writing a thesis on Piltdown Man. 500 PhDs were earned by writing an essay on Piltdown Man. Now, Piltdown Man, they found a jawbone of an orangutan. That's all they found, and they said, well, this is the missing link. Then they created Piltdown Man, what our ancient ancestors looked like. Turned out to be a hoax. But there's people to this day who have a doctorate degree from writing about that lie. Now, those are still in the scientific textbooks your kids are reading in high school. They don't, even though it was proven to be a hoax, it's still in textbooks. That these things that we are proven to be authentic, all those are hoaxes. But Piltdown Man, I believe in him, and I believe in the Tooth Fairy too. And so, now, these are, I'm going to show you a slide of Phoenician coins. And as you saw from that map, and since they traveled all around the world and exported cargo, these coins have been found practically everywhere, even in North America.
Wow.
So this is a drawing for clarity, because some of these are eroded. Now again, you see this Paleo-Hebrew inscription. Now, the Phoenicians used a similar alphabet, and so did the Aramaeans, and I can guess where they got it from. You know that Solomon was blessed with abundant wisdom, and I think I forgot to include the verse, maybe I mentioned it where, but he studied everything. He studied plants, animals, he kept zoos, he had all this knowledge of here. He asked Yahweh for it, and he gave it to Solomon. So I believe that Solomon, once David, his father David, allied himself with the Phoenicians, he invented this alphabet, this Paleo-Semitic that the Phoenicians and the Aramaeans and everyone was using at the time. Now the difference between the Phoenician alphabet and the Paleo-Hebrew is that they added the vowels, plus they look a little differently. So what this inscription you'll see more clearly on the other coins is this, without the vowels, it is BRT. Translate it in English the best you can. Now BRT, this is Barit, the covenant people. Now this is what I'm getting at. Secular historians call all of that Phoenicia, but it was the Phoenician, Israelite, and even Egyptian empire. And they all, when you notice Solomon settled Israelites in the Phoenician cities. When Hiram gave them those cities, these people were all intermingled. That's why they used the same alphabet, and they were catching character traits from each other and culture. So these Phoenicians called themselves the covenant people, BRT, Barit. Now that's a drawing. This is the actual coin, but it's kind of corroded. If you go to the next slide, please. Here's more Paleo-Hebrew or some sort of Semitic language similar. That's the Phoenician alphabet. Now, a lot of these coins, some of them are from Phoenicia, some are from Carthage, some are from Parthia. That all these empires have a common ancestor, which you'll find out later. Now, again, on this, this is a coin from Carthage. It has the BRT, the Barit covenant people again. And so these people have some clue of who they are, who they were. So if you go to the next slide, please. These are just various other coins, and you can see that same Phoenician type alphabet. And you go to the next one. Next one. Yeah, and it's just some more, and I think that's the last page. So you go to the next one. Now, the Bible mentions a place first in 1 Kings 10:22 called Tarshish. Now Tarshish was a port city in ancient Spain. Now it says Solomon had at sea a navy of Tarshish. Well, why is he sending navies to Spain? Well, this is one of the areas that the Phoenicians had colonies here. Now keep this theme in mind, because the Romans and Greeks write history. All of these names got mixed up, but we can find clues of their origins, and the Phoenicians and the Israelites were all intermingled. This is important to remember. Now, in ancient Spain, Tarshish was, in secular historical accounts, it's called Tartessus, but sometimes it's identified as Tarshish. Now, Jonah, the prophet Jonah, sailed from Joppa to Tarshish to get away from the direction of Nineveh. So he was trying to come here too. How did he know to come here? Well, that's because all the other Hebrews were doing this for quite some time. Now, the language of these Phoenician colonies in Spain, in ancient Spain, eventually came to be known as Iberian Punic. You're going to see that term Punic a lot. It kind of was just a blanket term for a lot of different places. Now, what's interesting is that Tarshish was the name of a clan from the tribe of Benjamin. And Iberia, because Spain and Portugal, is called the Iberian Peninsula. That term came from Hibernia, the ancient name for Ireland. And that came from Iber, or Heber, which was an ancestor of Abraham. That's where the word Hebrew comes from. Now, this is another thing to point out. My mom actually taught me this. Is that, you know, these neo-Nazis, they always say, well, The Hispanic people, you know, they call them all kinds of derogatory names like mud people, although they aren't white. Oh, do you realize that you all have the same common ancestor? Because Spain and Portugal, they came from Ireland. You see the connection, the Iberian Peninsula and the Iberian Kingdom. They all have a common ancestor. But they say, oh, well, the Irish, they're cool, they're pale skin and have red hair. Well, it's the same ancestor, dummy. And you don't read your history. And then you see, this is what I mean. They cherry pick some of this information, don't realize how dumb they are. Then you go to the next slide, please. And I forgot to mention, this presentation is not to say, oh, who the law applies to or who can be grafted in. As everyone knows, and Mario mentioned, you have Rahab and Ruth, who were in the lineage of Messiah, who were Amorites and Moabites. So they were a different lineage than the Hebrews, but still Semitic people, but they were considered pagan, but they became in the lineage of Messiah. So none of this is to say, oh, this is who the law applies to, or this person's superior or anything like that. This is just to get a grip on prophecy. And this will all culminate in Genesis 49. So anyway, another settlement in ancient Spain or Iberia was Gades or Gades. I'm not good at pronouncing Spanish. Now some other names for it were Gadir and Gadara. Now that city today is known as Cadiz. The Phoenician word for this ancient port city of Gades, it meant an enclosure or fortified place. And keep in mind the Phoenician language is very similar to the Hebrew language. Now the Hebrew word Gadar also means enclose, fence up, or make a wall. Since the Hebrew word Gadar would have been written without vowels at that ancient time, its consonants GDR would serve precisely as the root word for the names Gadir or Gadaria. The historian George Rawlinson, and thanks. This George Rawlinson understood a lot of this stuff, and he was a very brilliant historian, but he's not quoted much today, I guess, because stuff like this, you know, it's a threat to secular history, trying to discredit the Bible. Now, George Rawlinson commented that Gades meant house of the Gads. So you go to the next slide, please. Now, Solomon brought together the golden age of Israel. You saw how prosperous they were. He was the first one to build the temple. Unfortunately, as we know, Solomon took a lot of pagan wives that worshipped other gods, and they got him worshiping those gods. And not only did he turn away from Yahweh, but he started to go, his personality started to deteriorate. He started to act even like the older evil King Saul. And this Aramean prince named Rezon and the Edomites that were his servants became his adversaries. Because of Solomon's wickedness, Yahweh sent a prophet to Solomon, and he said, when you die, the kingdoms will be split, and Jeroboam, who was the governor of the chief tribes of Ephraim and Manasseh, the prophet told Solomon, Jeroboam will rule the northern kingdom when you die. And Solomon was enraged and tried to kill Jeroboam. So the Pharaoh, that was the father of Solomon's first Egyptian wife, gave Jeroboam sanctuary. So these alliances are starting to crumble. Now, after Solomon died, you can go to the next slide. Now, under David, Judah and Israel were one kingdom. And when Solomon died, they split again. And so, you gotta keep this in mind. Well, I know all of you know this, but some people don't get this. When the Bible, after Solomon's death, mentions Israel and Judah, it's two separate kingdoms. They're not all the same tribes, and the only Jewish tribe is Judah. You can look up in any concordance and it'll tell you that. And so, the northern kingdom were 10 tribes. The other 10 tribes, and the southern kingdom, Judah, was Benjamin and Judah and some of Levi. So you go to the next slide, please. Now Jeroboam, who ruled the northern kingdom, disenfranchised the Levitical priesthood. He got rid of them. And so the tribe of Levi migrated to the kingdom of Judah. And then Rehoboam, who ruled the southern kingdom, after serving Yahweh for 3 years, he abandoned his law. So Jeroboam got rid of the religious services. He went to the southern kingdom, and then the king of the southern kingdom, Rehoboam, just got rid of the Torah, so the Levites really had nothing to do. Now, a later king, I'm kind of summarizing this and jumping, in between. I'm not going to list every king in between. But King Asa of Judah, now, it says in 2 Chronicles 15:9, well, he's the king of the southern kingdom, Judah. He gathered Judah, Benjamin, as well as Ephraim, Manasseh, and Simeon, who were there with them. Well, what are they doing in the southern kingdom? Because after the Levites were kicked out by Jeroboam and went to the southern kingdom, some people went with them. They wanted to be where the Levites were. And so then King Asa's son, Jehoshaphat, who succeeded Asa, he commanded an army of over 1 million soldiers, consisting of both the northern and southern tribes. So we can see that after the Levites left, a lot of the tribes from the northern kingdom went into the southern kingdom too. This is what a lot of people don't realize. So you go to the next slide, please. And this is where it all started, the downfall. So the northern kingdom, in 1 Kings 16, the king of the northern kingdom at the time was Ahab. And he married a Sidonian princess, that's a Phoenician princess named Jezebel. Now, since she was a Sidonian princess, what was the religion of Phoenicia? Baal worship. And because she wore the pants in this marriage, she got Ahab to worship Baal and all the rest of Israel. And the famous account of how Elijah was mocking Baal and his prophets. They eventually killed him. Now, the thing is, Ahab was not very popular because he was wicked. So was his wife. So in 2 Chronicles 18:1, Ahab wanted to fight the king of Judah at the time, but he could only gather 7,000 men. Now, that king was Jehoshaphat. He had 1 million soldiers. So of course he realized, well, if I can only get 7,000 men to fight for me, might as well be friends. So the northern and the southern kingdoms were cordial for a while. And so then, because of Israel's sins of worship in Baal, Elijah prophesied a drought on them. And because, now it says in 1 Kings 17 and 18 that even the Phoenician city-states, Tyre and Sidon, were affected by the drought. Well, why would they be affected by a drought? Well, because it was all one big empire. And when you read in secular historical sources, they group Phoenicia and Israel together. And they will acknowledge the history of Israel. So that you can see here that they were cursed the same way that Israel was. So then, because it's all one big kingdom, because Ahab wanted to kill Elijah, he fled to a suburb in Sidon. And then an aide of King Ahab finds Elijah and tells him in 1 Kings 18:10 that Ahab will search the ends of the earth for you. Now, he didn't say the ends of Israel, he said of the earth. So this just backs up everything I showed you. Oh, we'll get to that in a minute. Is that he said, I'll search the ends of the earth for you. Because as you saw, the Phoenicians and Israelites were sailing all over the world. They had colonies all over the place in Africa and Europe. So he would have searched anywhere for Elijah. Elijah was scared. Good reason. So then we go to this. Now, remember I showed you this earlier? This stele in Iowa. Now there's 3 ancient languages written here. And this backs up the history with Ahab and Jezebel and Elijah in 1 Kings. Now, these three languages, one is Paleo-Hebrew, the Phoenician language. One is Iberian Punic. They all use the same writing system that the Spanish colonies of Phoenicia used. And the other one is an Egyptian writing system. So remember, all these kingdoms were in with each other? And it's hard to see the images, but the various images on this stele were involved with pagan worship, mainly Baal worship. There's somewhere in there's a calf and a human sacrifice. This was a monument to foreign gods. And this is something from Semitic people in the Middle East. These artifacts I showed you are not Indian artifacts. And so then you go to the next slide. Now this was found in northern Vermont, which is, well, I think you know what that is. That was involved in Baal worship. And then we found another Baal monument. So that proves the Phoenicians were in America, as they're setting up these monuments to their gods while they're sending out the material from the mines and everywhere. So then you go to the next slide. Now, this is when the Israelites go into captivity. In 2 Chronicles 28, the two kingdoms fight a gruesome war with each other. And the Israelites captured 200,000 Jews from the tribe of Judah. And Yahweh commanded them through a prophet to release the Jewish captives. And surprisingly, they let them go. So you can see these tribes are going back and forth between the northern and southern kingdom, and they're all over the place. They're in Europe and Africa. We'll get to that later. So they really are scattered. What did Yahweh tell Abraham? Your descendants will be scattered to the north, to the south, to the east, and the west. And it's innumerable. They can't be numbered. It's not 15 million people only out of 7 billion people in the world. That's absurd. Even the Bible tells you otherwise.
Amen. That's right.
And so, 2 Kings 15:29, the kingdom of Assyria invades Israel, the northern kingdom, and captures its capital, Samaria. Now, this is another misconception. Assyria did not take the whole northern kingdom at once. It went back for it twice. This is the first time it just took the capital, Samaria, because Jerusalem was the capital of the kingdom of Judah, as you know. Now, Assyria does not take all of the Israelites captive at once, but just some of them. In 1 Chronicles 5:26, it tells you all of the tribe of Naphtali, all the tribes of Naphtali, Gad, and Reuben, half of the tribe of Manasseh, and some of Zebulun and Issachar went into captivity the first time. These are all the tribes that lived in Galilee and Gilead. And so then, after they were taken into captivity, these Israelites settled, I don't have a specific map for it, but that whole Mesopotamia area, the places had different names in the Bible, but they were settled in Halah, Habor, Haran, to the river Gozan.
You did.
Oh, thanks. I really looked that bad, huh?
That's my mom. Her mom.
It's for your mom.
No,
Okay.
must be wet. And they were also carried to the cities of the Medes. We'll find out what this place is later. This was actually later occupied by the Persians. And so then, Assyria comes back to finish the job. Now, they searched the whole land. It tells you this in 2 Kings 17. They searched the whole northern kingdom. But there was only people in Samaria. Now, this is strange because they took the capital. They just went for the capital, took some people, came back, and then there's still more because they didn't take all of them. But everywhere else in the northern kingdom, there was no one to be found. And a 3-year siege, the Assyrians were fighting the Israelites in Samaria, the rest of them, for 3 years. And they couldn't find, the whole other place was a wasteland. It tells you in 2 Kings 17 that lions became real populous in the northern kingdom of Israel. Now when you see wild beasts in an area, it's from a place being abandoned. Because when there's not many people there, they don't hunt all the animals, so there's more wild prey for the beasts. It was a wasteland just swarming with animals, because only Samaria was occupied. And while the Assyrians are fighting Samaria for 3 years, it was a wasteland to begin with, but the people that were there, they got out of there. So yes, all the Israelites were taken captive, but some escaped before taken captive. So you go to the next slide, please. Now, we're going to dive into this more soon. Some of the northern tribes fled and found refuge in those colonies of Phoenicia, in Spain and those other places, before the Assyrians took them captive. Now, after the captivities, they were scattered after that, but they were scattered before that. Others fled and migrated to other places besides the Phoenician colonies. Now, some of the northern tribes migrated through Armenia, which in the ancient age was called Ararat. And they migrated through Armenia to a kingdom called Arsarat, which is a kingdom in the region north of the Black Sea. Secular historians call this Tartary, but this is what biblical sources tell you the name is. So if you go to the next page. Now, I'm quoting an apocryphal book here. I'm not saying that this belongs in the Bible or not to debate that. However, this backs up a lot of what is in 2 Kings. And this gives us some insight that the secular sources back up. It says in 2 Esdras chapter 13 verses 40 through 45. These are the 10 tribes that in the days of King Hoshea were carried away from their own land into captivity, whom Shalmaneser, what do you pronounce that dude's name, king of Assyria, made captives and carried beyond the river. But they formed this plan among themselves, so leave the heathen population and go to a more distant region, so that there perhaps they might keep their statutes, which they had not kept in their own country. And they went in by the narrow passages of the Euphrates River. For the Most High then did wonders for them, for he held back the sources of the river until they had passed over. But it was a long journey of 1.5 years to that country, called Arsarat. So this apocryphal book backs up what we're going to dive into, where some of the 10 tribes went. Now it says they were carried beyond the river. That's what it tells you here. That's the Euphrates River. I'll keep this place in mind because this is a key. This is absolute proof, what we'll see from other historians, including Jewish historians, that the other tribes were lost, scattered beyond that region. A Jewish historian named Eldad confirms this account in the second book of Esdras from his memoirs of the 10 tribes. Many of the people did not go into captivity, but evaded the calamity, going off with their flocks and turning nomads, and that the chief or prince whom they appointed could muster 120,000 horses and 100,000 foot. So when you take the number of horses and the people on horses and the people on foot, and then you figure in there's some women and children, there was over 1 million northern tribe Israelites going across the Euphrates into this land called Arsarat, north of the Black Sea. Can you go to the next slide, please? So this is, and we're going to get back to this map several times, we're going to explain this in detail. This is where all of the northern 10 tribes, and even some of the southern kingdom, because they were all intermingled with each other, were scattered. But we're not going to get into Judah because there's no contention who they are. We're not going to reinvent the wheel. We're going to figure out who the other suckers are. And so you can just go to the next slide when everyone's done looking at it.
Okay.
That's fine.
Let me go back.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty big map, and this is just a condensed map. It'd be an eyesore to read otherwise. But if you remember the names of these places, we're going to tie this all in. Oh, thanks. Now this is going to look bad on the internet.
It'll look good.
All this sweat.
We got old.
It's
Yeah,
not
maybe
on
I-
you most of the time. It's on the screen.
No, well, yeah, maybe I have a fever, I don't know. But anyway, so,
It has no authority. You're good.
Okay.
yeah, I feel pretty good, actually. So then, when everyone's done looking at this map, you can go to the next slide. Okay, so, now, a lot of people, two-housers, they elevate Judah as if they did nothing wrong. Like that is the superior house, and that they didn't sin or fall away from Yahweh, but the scriptures tell us otherwise. Jeremiah chapter 3, verses 6 through 12 says,
It was good.
Yahweh said also unto me in the days of Josiah the king, Hast thou seen that which backsliding Israel hath done? She is gone up upon every high mountain and under every green tree, and there hath played the harlot. And I said, after she had done all these things, Turn thou unto me. But she returned not. And her treacherous sister Judah saw it. And I saw, when for all the causes whereby backsliding Israel committed adultery, I had put her away, and given her a bill of divorce. Yet her treacherous sister Judah feared not, but went and played the harlot also. And yet for all this her treacherous sister Judah hath not turned unto me in her whole heart, but feignedly, saith Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto me, the backsliding Israel hath justified herself more than treacherous Judah. Well, that's why Israel went into captivity first, but Judah ain't getting away with nothing. They're no better than the rest of us. Yeah, sorry if someone could please fill this up for me. Water. Thanks, Briar. So you can go to the next slide now. Go back. Now in Jeremiah 51:5, despite Israel's sins, or Judah's for that matter, but we're focusing on Israel, the northern 10 tribes, they're still going to be blessed. In historical events you probably never heard of. Jeremiah 51:5 says, For Israel hath not been forsaken, nor Judah of his Elohim, of Yahweh of hosts. Through their land was filled with sin against the Holy One of Israel. So despite their sins, they were not forsaken. And so, you go to the next slide. Now, some of the tribes migrated into the empire of Carthage. And the red areas is where Carthage is. Those Spanish territories we talked about in northern Africa. Now, since the Greeks and Romans write mainstream history, they tell you, oh, the Carthage, they're all barbarians, they're uncivilized, and they're pretty much put down in history. Oh, thank you. But, citing older historical sources and other Greek and Roman historians at the time around Carthage who gave them a better rep, we're going to see what these people are all about. So you can go to the next slide. And so, a large exodus of Israelites sailed along the North African coast and founded the Hebrew colony of Kirjath Hadashah. Now, as you know, any Hebrew or Semitic terms the Greeks and Romans fudge up, and we can't tell who these people are. The Greeks called it Carchedon. Then the Romans, as they conquered the Greeks, later renamed it Carthage. So this is what everyone knows the Carthage Empire as. But when we find out what their original name is, it's strikingly similar to the name a lot of Israelite cities were given in the Bible, such as Kiryathaim, or Kiryat Arba, or it's weird sounding names. You get the picture. These are mentioned in Numbers, Joshua, and 1 Samuel in several places. These are eerily similar to the original name of Carthage, Kirjath Hadashah. So these people clearly have Hebrew origin. Now, what I forgot to mention is that because the Israelites and the Phoenicians were all intermingled with each other. They adopted some of their customs. And that is why the Israelites turned to Baal worship. And since the northern kingdom was closer with Phoenicia, they eventually, their language became more similar to the Phoenicians and they lost a lot of their customs. Their original Hebrew customs, but they kept some of them that we're going to see in these lost empires that I'm going to discuss. So, the chief magistrates of Carthage were called Sophetim. You know what that means? It's Hebrew word for judges. That's what they called themselves. Their priests were called the Kohanim, and the high Carthage priest was the Rav Kohanim. And even secular records will tell you this. People just don't see the connection. Now, before the Carthage Empire was founded, some people living in that area of North Africa were called the Masasili and the Pharusians. Now, what does that look like to you? Manasseh and Phares, one of the lines of Judah, one of the royal lines of Judah. It actually is the royal line that the Messiah comes from. We're going to see a lot more terms like this later on. Now, the god that the Carthaginians worshipped, they called El. That's what they called him early on. Now, when you do a typical Google search on the word El, Wikipedia tells you that's the name of Baal. That's not true, because anyone, as we all know from knowing a bit of Hebrew, El, or Elohim, that is a title of the God of Israel. It's not the name of Baal. However, the people of Carthage did worship Baal in their later years, not early on. So this is where the confusion comes in. Oh, can you go back? Go back, please. Thanks. This is where the confusion comes in, thinking that El is Baal. You know why they eventually called Baal El? Because before they started worshiping Baal, they knew who their original God was. Well, maybe they didn't, but they kept some of the memory. These people have Hebrew origins. These are not a pagan lineage. It was just with all the intermixing with Phoenician and the migrations, you can see they kept some of the customs and language, and Carthage used that same Semitic Paleo-Hebrew type alphabet too, because people don't see the connection. And not only did they call their god El, but the people of Carthage, their instructions of animal sacrifices, libations, and other priestly rites bared a significant resemblance to the book of Leviticus that the Levites did. Now, in the later years, Carthage did become Baal worshippers. They call their god El Baal Haman. You go to the next slide, please. But this was only during the Second and Third Punic Wars. Before this, the Carthaginians had some pretty biblical principles. They forbade graven images, and they did make small stone monuments, but they didn't put any pictures on them. So they were kind of in compliance with that law, I guess. And they also built altars very similar to the altar specifications described in Exodus 24 and 20:25. The historians Gilbert and Colette Charles Picard wrote that the early people of Carthage practiced monogamy and encouraged strong structure and values of the family. And they found skeletons of married couples buried together in tombs. And no harems or eunuchs were found. Women of the aristocracy of Carthage received an extensive formal education and were able to flex some influence on the politics of Carthage. So, the Roman history tells us these people are uncivilized barbarians. Now, you'll find out why they smear these people, and we'll get to that later. But you can see the women were educated, they were in politics, they encouraged strong marriage, they rejected a lot of pagan principles. At first, these were not uncivilized barbarians.
Amen.
That's just what mainstream history tells us. And after the 11th edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica, all encyclopedias and history books removed all this information. It's true. But why did history become more secularized? Yes?
So there was an edition that had this instead of the changes that we saw.
Well, the 11th edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica and the ones before it did have some of this information, yes, and even mentioned the Bible.
Wow.
But as time passed on with the influence of Darwin, any historical clues to validate the scriptures, just got lost. Because actually in public schools in the early 1900s and late 1800s, they taught the Bible in public schools. They don't anymore. Now, after the Second and Third Punic Wars, the people of Carthage did eventually lose their Hebrew customs and degenerate into human sacrifice and rituals that mirrored Baal worship. Now, the Carthaginians called the place where dead bodies of humans, for human sacrifice, particularly infants, they called the places the dead bodies were placed a Tophet. This is the same word that is used 5 times in Jeremiah 19 in a discourse against human sacrifice. So even when they flew off the deep end and became pagans, they were still using these Hebrew terms. So if you go to the next page, please. Now, the Encyclopedia Judaica, well, this is funny. They acknowledge the Carthaginians, but they don't call them Carthage. They just call them Africans. Oh, those darn Africans. It's the Encyclopedia Judaica says the Africans disputed with the Jews. But of course, what it really should say is the Carthaginians disputed against the Israelites, because some Israelites were in the house of Judah, over the former territory of Israel. Now, why did Carthage decide to just pick a beef with the kingdom of Judah, the people that were still there before they were taken captive? Did they have some memory of where they came from and they kind of wanted that place back? Why would they just attack for no reason? Well, they were just feeling ornery and wanted to go to the Middle East and pick a fight. Yeah, must explain it. Now, refugees from the city of Tyre, a Phoenician city, when Tyre fell to Nebuchadnezzar, those refugees actually went to Carthage. So they found some of their kinsmen again. Remember that place in Spain called the Gades? Well, Carthage became allied with the Gades. When you saw that map, the Carthage Empire included those areas of Spain. They helped the Gades colony in a local war against the Romans. And in a treaty dated 348 BC, the Carthaginians forbade the Romans even to trade with those western Mediterranean areas. Those areas the Phoenicians traded in, the Carthaginians took over. That's where they traded, and they wanted the Romans out of that area as they were harassing the colony of Gades. And so they made a treaty with the Romans. They said, you can trade here, but only if you repair our ships. They were extorting them. And there was, I don't have a picture, but there was a naval phalanx called the Pillar of Hercules. And this was a Greek and Roman, super navy formation. But the Carthaginians, now remember the Phoenicians, they had 1,000-ton ships. And since the people of Carthage come from that same area, they had these same ships. And so they had superior technology than the Romans, and were preventing them from sailing into the Atlantic Ocean. Now, secular history says, that area of the Middle East, like Israel and Palestine, Phoenicia, says those were crude, uncivilized people with poor technology. The Romans and Greeks, they have all the superior stuff. They got it going on. But we see that the Semitic people had superior technology to the Greeks and Romans, more knowledge. And so if you go to the next slide, please. Now this is called the Punic cart. It's not a good photo, but this is the only original model of this cart that the people of Carthage invented that I could find. You want me to hold on, or? No, I'm good, thanks. Thank you. Now, this was a threshing board, an agricultural device that the people of Carthage, well, they're credited with inventing this, but the origin goes back way older than that. Their ancestor, Jacob, was an agricultural worker, and that's where they got that trait from. And the Egyptians used this threshing board too, because they knew they were all tied in with the Phoenicians and the people of Carthage. Remember, they were all one big empire. Where do you think they got it from? So, and then you go to the next slide. Now, the next people we're talking about are the Scythians. Once again, the Romans say these are uncivilized barbarians, and crude and don't know anything. But we're going to prove them wrong too. And so, now notice the name, when everyone's done looking at this map, Mike, he can go to the next slide. And, but notice the names of these places, and we're going to come back to this. Keep these in mind. The red area is, it is the red area. This is where the Scythians migrated and various places they conquered. So when everyone's ready, you can go to the next slide. Now, typically the Scythians are just thought of barbarians from Asia. They're given a bad rep too, just like the people of Carthage. And so, Flavius Josephus, a lot of people know who he is. He was a Jewish military commander, Pharisee, and historian of the 1st century AD. He wrote a lot about Yeshua, the Messiah. And he wrote about these people too, the Scythians, the people of Carthage, the Parthians, and I'm going to be quoting him a lot. He wrote, "Wherefore there are but 2 tribes in Asia and Europe subject to the Romans, while the 10 tribes are beyond Euphrates till now, and are an immense multitude, and not to be estimated by numbers." Now here we have a Jewish historian and a Pharisee, no less, and those guys, they didn't like anyone that wasn't an Israelite or Semitic. They were very bigoted. But here we have Josephus acknowledging that all the tribes went beyond the Euphrates. He acknowledges they were lost. Yeah. Right from the mouth of Josephus. Now, in Genesis 21:12, there's a prophecy given here. It says, "Through Isaac shall your descendants be named." A lot of the descendants of Israelites will bear the name of Isaac. Now, in 674 BC, the Assyrian king Esarhaddon was confronted by an alliance of Median, that was Medes, that area we talked about earlier, and newly arrived Sumerian, it's spelled differently at the C, that's really Samaria, the capital of the northern kingdom of Israel. These 3 people teamed up and had a beef with the Assyrians. Now, all these historical records, all these people are fighting each other, and they don't see the connection why. And like you said, Greek and Roman history sources fudge the names up, but the Sumerians and the people in this area have a bone to pick with this Assyrian king. And we can pretty much guess why, because they know what the Assyrians did to them, and when they were scattered, they're coming back for some payback. So, the Sumeri were one of the first settlers in the Black Sea region of Scythia. Now, the Romans and the Greeks called them Scythians, but they were known by a different name. Even the Romans and Greeks knew them by other names. There were 2 types of Scythians. One sub-tribe of Scythians were called the Saka, or the Saki. Now, Genesis 21:12 says, "Through Isaac shall your descendants be named." Now, you're going to see a lot of Scythian cities. Now, doesn't Saki, that does kind of sound like Isaac, doesn't it? And we're going to tie in that these people are Hebrews too. Now, the other Scythians were called Turanians, and they came from Tiras, one of the sons of Japheth. That's one of Noah's sons. The Shem is the Semitic people, and Japheth, that's where Persians and other nations come from. So, there's some debate whether the Turanians are Semitic or not. But the Saki Scythians definitely are, but history confuses them. They say, well, all these people are just a bunch of barbarians that came from Asia, and they don't really mean much of anything. But you don't realize the historical significance of these people, and they're just kind of swept under the rug, but we're going to find out more about them. Now, a capital of the Scythian Empire was named Sakis. You can go to the next slide again, bearing the name of Isaac. Now, Ptolemy referred to the Scythians as the Saxons. It's going to give us another clue on how to trace the lineage of some of these people. See, they're all known by different names depending on who you ask and what language they're translated into. The Assyrian records recall the rebellion of a people. Remember those 3 people that were mad at the Assyrians and picking a bone with them? The Assyrian historical records recall these people, known as the Asaksa. That's what the Assyrians call them. But you know who they call themselves, these Scythians? Beth Isaac, or the House of Isaac. That's what they originally called themselves. And there's a reason they want to fight these Assyrians. Now, there's some Hebrew customs with the Scythians as well. They forbade idolatry. They were strictly against it. King Saulius of Scythia executed his own brother for participating in the rites of a Greek goddess and wearing images of the Greek deity Bacchus. King Skiles, he led a secret life of idolatry. And when his people found out, they overthrew him and replaced him with his brother Octomasides. And then he beheaded his brother Skiles, the idol worshipper, in Thrace, which is a modern Balkan region. Skiles tried to get away with the Balkans. His brother chopped his head off. These people were so against idolatry, they killed people for it. And what's the penalty for idolatry towards death? Where did they get this from? And they can just pull it out of thin air. And the Scythians also avoided swine flesh and sacrificing pigs. If you go to the next slide. Now, this is an artist's rendering and stone carving of what the Scythians looked like. Now, this cap they're wearing, you'll see this later on too with some other people. But this, does this remind you of anything?
Yeah.
Yes, a high priest mitre. Now, they couldn't have just gotten that from nowhere. So when everyone said I'm looking at it, you can go to the next slide. Now, in 624 BC, the Scythians launched massive invasions to the south, and they occupied Asia Minor, Syria, Media, that's Medes, Palestine, and much of Assyria. They even went as far south as Egypt, but spared that country when the Egyptians offered to pay them tribute money. See you next time. I'll send you guys a video. Have a blessed evening. And so, where was I? Oh yes, the Egyptians paid off the Scythians and not touch them. They were quaking in their boots as they conquered all these other areas in Asia and the Middle East. Now, the headquarters of the Assyrian army, Kalat, was burned by the Scythians. Again, they're going after the Assyrians. They got a vendetta with them. Now, the northern Scythians sacked most of Assyria, but the eastern Scythians displaced the kingdom of Elite. Now, these various Scythians are known by different tribal names, which we'll get to later. But the northern Scythians held these regions of Western Asia and the Middle East for only 28 years, according to Herodotus. They didn't rule those places for long. However, when they conquered Palestine, because the Assyrians were situated there at the time, they ignored the Jewish capital of Jerusalem.
They ravaged the entire area of Palestine but left Jerusalem alone. Why is that? Could it be that they remembered who their kinsmen were? They didn't just ignore Jerusalem for no apparent reason. We're going to prove that they ignored that for a specific reason. Now, one city in Palestine called Beth Shan was actually renamed Scythopolis in honor of the Scythians who liberated Palestine for 28 years from the Assyrians. Let me go to the next slide, please. Now, at the time the Scythians were conquering Palestine's areas, the king of Judah was Josiah. And in 2 Kings 22:3, he issued a decree to restore the temple of Yahweh in the 18th year of his reign. A copy of the law, or the Torah, was found in his temple restoration project. Among King Josiah's reforms were the destruction of false gods' images, forbidding human sacrifices, tearing down brothels for temple prostitutes, slaying pagan priests, and destroying the altars for pagan gods that Solomon built for his pagan wives. And Josiah also restored Passover in the days of unleavened bread. We read this in 2 Chronicles 35, 17 through 19. So Josiah was trying to bring them back to worship in the God of Israel. Now, we go to the next slide. We're going to look at some verses. 2 Chronicles 34, 3 through 9. For in the 8th year of his reign, while he was yet young, he began to seek after the Elohim of David his father. And in the 12th year, he began to purge Judah and Jerusalem from the high places, and the groves, and the carved images, and the molten images. And they break down the altars of Baalim in his presence, and the images that were on high above him he cut down in the groves, and the carved images, and the molten images he brake in pieces, and made dust of them. And he strode it upon the graves of them that had sacrificed unto them. And he burnt the bones of the priests upon the altars, and cleansed Judah and Jerusalem. And so did he in the cities of Manasseh, and Ephraim, and Simeon, even unto Naphtali. Well, wait a second. The northern kingdom's gone. Only the southern kingdom's left in this account in the Bible, but he's mentioning that these other tribes are here in the southern kingdom. How did they get back here? That's because the Scythians, when they liberated Palestine, Josiah knew who they were. See, the Bible doesn't call them Scythians, just the Greeks and the Romans do. But he knew who his people were. So if you go to the next slide. And, And then we go to verse 9. And when they came to Hilkiah the high priest, they delivered the money that was brought into the house of Elohim, which the Levites that kept the doors had gathered at the hands of Manasseh and Ephraim, and of all the remnant of Israel, and of all Judah and Benjamin. And they returned to Jerusalem. It says these people came back. These were what the secular historians call the Scythians. As they were liberated Palestine, they stopped by to partake of Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread with Josiah and the kingdom of Judah. And they remembered where they came from. So if you go to the next slide. And then it says, and the children of Israel that were present kept the Passover at that time and the Feast of Unleavened Bread 7 days. And there was no Passover like to that kept in Israel from the days of Samuel the prophet. Neither did all the kings of Israel keep such a Passover as Josiah kept, and the priests and the Levites and all Judah and Israel that were present, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. Let's say here. So, even though the northern kingdom's gone, this account in Chronicles, they're saying the children of Israel. Bless you. So, what secular historical accounts as the times and events match call by other names, the Bible just calls them the Israelites. You can go to the next slide. But the Scythians did not stay in Palestine, because the Assyrians brought in foreigners And as you see us in 2 Kings 17, even when they drove them out, they decided to come back. And Judah quickly forsook the laws of Yahweh after Josiah's reform. So they saw no reason to stay there in the land of Palestine. So the Scythians departed from those regions in the general area of Mesopotamia, and that's because they were nomadic people. They started migrating to other areas. So we'll go to the next slide. If you could refill that, please. Thanks. So then, the Scythians, because they were nomads and traveling all around, you know, they, if anyone's getting tired, I can finish this some other time.
Go ahead.
No,
You're on the roll, man.
we're tired, but we're listening.
Oh, because
We want to listen.
this could go on for a while.
Keep going.
Go ahead.
We love it. Keep going.
Oh, thanks. So anyway, huh? Oh yeah. So the Scythians were in the area of Medes, and a lot of the Israelites were already. We learned that, and the Persians were in that area, and they launched a massive military expedition against the Scythians in the Black Sea area. The Persians wanted to make the Scythians subjects. They had another thing coming though. King Darius of the Persians commanded an army of 700,000 men and passed through modern Turkey, crossed the Bosphorus on a bridge of ships, and attacked the Scythian homeland north of the Black Sea by marching what is today modern-day Bulgaria and Romania, the Baltic areas. The Scythian custom of living in portable homes served them well, because they were able to remain ahead of the Persians. Oh, thank you. And the Scythians were quite clever. They adopted a scorch and burn policy, ruining it. They just burned everything in their path so the Persians couldn't find them. So they knew where Darius and the Persians were, though. They were keeping track of them. So the Scythians sent a little present to Darius. It was a bird, a mouse, a frog, and 5 arrows. Now, for some reason, this scared the Persians. There's several accounts as to why. There's some theories speculate there was a note in there. And one theory was that, the note said, "You better fly away like a bird, run away like a mouse, or jump like a frog, or we will shoot you with our arrows." And so then the Scythians persuaded the Greeks to destroy a fleet of Persian ships along the Danube River. Well, I kind of spoiled that.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know if that picked up, but so then the Persians fled. They just gave up. They knew they couldn't contend with these guys. So in 530 BC, King Cyrus, another Persian king, invaded the eastern Scythians, who were then located east of the Caspian Sea. The tribes they attacked were the Masagate and the Dahe. Now Masagate, that actually has roots in the tribe of Manasseh. So then we go to the next page.
Who is Dahe? Dan?
Yeah, that because you see the Danube River, we'll get to that when we get to Dan. But yeah, and so Queen Tomiris of the Masagati, and Tomiris is basically a Hellenized variation. That's what they call her in secular records, but that was actually a variation of Tamar, Hebrew princess. She was royalty. And she sent Cyrus a message and said, "King of the Medes, cease to be so eager to do what you are doing. Rule over your own people and endure to look upon us governing ours." She wanted a live and let live attitude, but Cyrus wouldn't cease. So she replied once again, "If you do not so, I swear by the sun, the Lord of the Masagati, that for all your insatiability of blood, I will give you your fill of it." Now, even though they maintained some Hebrew customs, you notice Queen Tomiris said, "I swear by the sun." Well, that's, as you know, the Israelites were mingled with the Phoenicians, the Baal worshippers, so they had kind of a mishmash of everything. Now, the Romans, they say, "Oh, the Scythians, they're uncivilized barbarians too." Well, here we have the Persian
king, unwarrantedly acting aggressive towards the Masagadi, and they just want peace. These don't sound like barbarians. They have very clever battle tactics, and again, these people get a bad rep too, and you're going to find out why the Romans have it in for all these people, as they're all related. We're going to get to that real soon. So go to the next slide. Now this is what makes the Romans hot and mad, is the Romans write history. Now this is the Empire of Parthia, which is very underrated in today's mainstream historical records, that these people had the Romans by the short hairs.
Ooh.
So when everyone's done looking at this map, we can go to the next slide.
Are we good?
No.
Some of the text is hard to read, but
Okay.
all right. So now Josephus writes extensively about these people, about Parthia as well. Now, in Josephus's book, The War of the Jews, he originally wrote this book in a Semitic language, so the surrounding nations beyond the Euphrates, remember he mentioned that, so could understand his writings. Now, since he was a Pharisee, he wanted nothing to do with people that weren't his Semitic kinsmen. But he wrote this book specifically for these surrounding nations, the Parthians, the Scythians. Now, most modern versions of that book are translated from his Greek translation, but he didn't want to write it in Greek. Josephus wrote, "I have proposed for the sake of such that live under the government of the Romans to translate these books into the Greek tongue, which I formerly composed in the language of our own country and sent it to the upper barbarians." And in a footnote of Josephus's War of the Jews book, the footnote for barbarians identifies them as Parthians, which is what mainstream history calls them. Now, was he taking a jab at the Romans? Like, oh yeah, they're barbarians like you say they are. But Josephus regarded the Parthians were familiar with Hebrew, or Syro-Chaldaic. So, he knew these people had the same common origins as him. Now, the people of Parthia were subject to the Persians for a while. The Persians refer to them as Partha, and they eventually revolted. Now, you're going to notice this pattern. Many times in history, the ousted Parthian kings sought refuge with the Saki tribes of the Scythians, or when they were out of soldiers, they'd get reinforcements from the Sakis. And why would they bother going to these people if they had no connection? Now, the alphabet in use in Persia, and as you know from the books of Esther, the book of Esther, that a lot of Israelites, particularly Judah, was in captivity in Persia. And so they did use a common alphabet. The alphabet used in Persia at that time was based upon Aramaic, at least from the time of the Arsacid dynasty. We're going to find out who the Arsacid dynasty is. Now, Acts chapter 2, when Pentecost, or Shavuot, whatever you call it's mentioned, it mentions the Parthians were there. Now, the average reader, they're reading this and think, well, those are just people from the Asian areas coming to get converted or something. But now, the New Testament translated from Greek calls them Parthians, but they were known by other names too. So to the average person, this glances over on who these Parthians really are and why they're coming to Pentecost. So a prominent city of Parthia was named Asak. Another one, Samarian, and its chief city was called Gaza. Once again, there's a lot of similarities to their old culture. And if you go to the next slide, in Jeremiah 33:17, There's a prophecy. It says, "For thus saith Yahweh, David shall never," well, some translations say, "shall never lack a man to sit upon the throne of the house of Israel." So here it says there will always be an heir for David. And if you go to the next slide. Now, a lot of the Parthian royalty, some of the names of the kings were called Phraides, Phraordes, or Phratakes. These are just Hellenized forms of Phares, which is the royal line of Judah. And we're going to see the connections. They were the names for some of the Parthian kings and some of the kings of Iberia. Remember the Iberian Peninsula and Hibernia? Were named Pharismanes. Again, the kings of these nations have eerily similar names rooted in Pharis, just in Hellenized Greek and Latin forms. At least that's what the history books calls them. So, Jehoiakim, one of the last kings of Judah, was carried captive to Babylon by Nebuchadnezzar. We find about this in 2 Kings 25. 37 years later, I think he was found in a dungeon or something, I forget. But he became a vassal king of later Babylonian kings. So here we see the royal line of Judah. They often become subordinate kings of other higher kings. And we're going to see this pattern with the Parthians too. First Chronicles chapter 3, verses 16 through 24 shows that the royal family of Judah did not die out, but produced many descendants during the generations after the fall of Jerusalem. Now, what's curious about the Parthians is that they always insisted that the blood members of the Arsacid family were the rulers. Oh, I'm good, thanks. They only let blood members of this royal lineage be the rulers in the Parthian Empire. We're going to find out what this Arsacid dynasty is, and you go to the next page. The historian Diodorus noted that the Parthians passed from the dominion of the Assyrians to that of the Medes, to a similar position under the Persians. George Rawlinson also noted that other earlier historians regard the Parthians as exiles. It's interesting they're calling these people exiles. What are they exiled from? The Parthians revolted and placed themselves under Scythian protection. You're going to see they do this a lot. After the fall of the Persian Empire, Parthian territory fell into the hands of the Greeks under Alexander the Great. After Alexander the Great died, the division of his kingdom was ruled by the, I don't know how to pronounce this, like Seleucid Greeks. Now in 256 BC, the provinces of Parthia and Bactria, which is ruled by the Greeks, revolted against these said Greeks. Arsaces is where the Arsacid dynasty comes from. The first king of the Parthians was a chieftain of a Scythian tribe, the Dahanites. Although some contend he was a Bactrian, but this is all in the same geographical area. However, the first king of the Parthians was actually initially a Scythian. And they kept going back for Scythian protection and had an odd relationship with them because they clearly have a common root. Now, in Numbers 26, verses 35 through 36, the sub-tribes or clans of Ephraim were named the Bachrites, the Aaronites, and the Tahanites. Now, when you see this word Dahanites, now typically when we see these names we do think of Dan, and we'll get into that later, but in this case, because of the linkage to the tribe, the clans of Manasseh mentioned in Numbers, the Dahanites are actually the Tanites, so that's not Dan, it's more or less a root in a Ephraimite tribe. Now, notice that name, Aaronites. Now, Iran was an Ephraimite clan, like I mentioned. Iran is derived from Aaron. And Pahlavi was an old Persian tongue and had strong Semitic traits. We already established the Persians used an Aramaic alphabet. They did take, did have a lot of the Israelites captive, particularly Judah, the book of Esther. So Pahlavi sounds a lot like Levi, and Iran comes from Iran. Now the Persians, they are the Persians. I'm not saying that they're the people in Iran today are Hebrews. However, the reason why some of the names bear the same resemblance is because of who lived there at the time. So this is an exception to the rule. So anyway, you just go to the next slide. Oh, you did, okay. Now Parthia rose to power while the empire of Carthage began to die out during the Second and Third Punic Wars. When Arsaces died, the first king of Parthia, he was replaced by his brother Tiridates. And Tiridates named a mountain fortress in Parthia Dara. In the 1 Chronicles 2:6, that was the name of a patriarch from the tribe of Judah. The Seleucids, those Greeks, emerged 40 years later, and they temporarily recaptured the Parthian capital city, but after the war ended, they signed a peace treaty and relinquished it. Now, the next monarch, Mithridates I, by the time of his death, had placed Bactria, Media, Babylonia, Persia, and other territories under Parthian rule. That map you saw, that's why the Parthian Empire was so big. Now, in 129 BC, the Seleucids attacked. Now, this is what makes the Romans hot and mad, is the Romans write history. Now, this is the Empire of Parthia, which is very underrated in today's mainstream historical records, that these people had the Romans by the short hairs.
Ooh.
So when everyone's done looking at this map, you can go to the next slide.
Are we good?
No. Some of the text is hard to read, but okay. All right, so now Josephus writes extensively about these people, about Parthia as well. Now, in Josephus's book, The War of the Jews, he originally wrote this book in a Semitic language, so the surrounding nations beyond the Euphrates, remember he mentioned that, so could understand his writings. Now, since he was a Pharisee, he wanted nothing to do with people that weren't his Semitic kinsmen. But he wrote this book specifically for these surrounding nations, the Parthians, the Scythians. Now, most modern versions of that book are translated from his Greek translation, but he didn't want to write it in Greek. Josephus wrote, "I have proposed for the sake of such that live under the government of the Romans to translate these books into the Greek tongue, which I formerly composed in the language of our own country and sent it to the upper barbarians." And in a footnote of Josephus's War of the Jews book, the footnote for barbarians identifies them as Parthians, which is what mainstream history calls them. Now, was he taking a jab at the Romans? Like, oh yeah, they're barbarians like you say they are. But Josephus regarded the Parthians were familiar with Hebrew, or Syro-Chaldaic. So, he knew these people had the same common origins as him. Now, the people of Parthia were subject to the Persians for a while. The Persians refer to them as Partha, and they eventually revolted. Now, you're going to notice this pattern. Many times in history, the ousted Parthian kings sought refuge with the Saki tribes of the Scythians, or when they were out of soldiers, they'd get reinforcements from the Sakis. And why would they bother going to these people if they had no connection? Now, the alphabet in use in Persia And as you know from the books of Esther, the book of Esther, that a lot of Israelites, particularly Judah, was in captivity in Persia. And so they did use a common alphabet. The alphabet used in Persia at that time was based upon Aramaic, at least from the time of the Arsacid dynasty. We're going to find out who the Arsacid dynasty is. Now, Acts chapter 2, when Pentecost, or Shavuot, whatever you call it's mentioned, it mentions the Parthians were there. Now, the average reader, they're reading this and think, well, those are just people from the Asian areas coming to get converted or something. But now, the New Testament translated from Greek calls them Parthians, but they were known by other names too. So to the average person, this glances over on who these Parthians really are and why they're coming to Pentecost. So a prominent city of Parthia was named Asak. Another one, Samarian, and its chief city was called Gaza. Once again, there's a lot of similarities to their old culture. And if you go to the next slide, in Jeremiah 33:17, there's a prophecy. It says, "For thus saith Yahweh, David shall never," well, some translations say, "shall never lack a man to sit upon the throne of the house of Israel." So here it says there will always be an heir for David. And if you go to the next slide. Now, a lot of the Parthian royalty, some of the names of the kings were called Phraides, Phraordes, or Phratakes. These are just Hellenized forms of Phares, which is the royal line of Judah. And we're going to see the connections. They were the names for some of the Parthian kings and some of the kings of Iberia. Remember the Iberian Peninsula and Hibernia? Were named Pharismanes. Again, the kings of these nations have eerily similar names rooted in Pharis, just in Hellenized Greek and Latin forms. At least that's what the history books calls them. So, Jehoiakim, one of the last kings of Judah, was carried captive to Babylon by Nebuchadnezzar. We find about this in 2 Kings 25. 37 years later, I think he was found in a dungeon or something, I forget. But he became a vassal king of later Babylonian kings. So here we see the royal line of Judah. They often become subordinate kings of other higher kings. And we're going to see this pattern with the Parthians too. First Chronicles chapter 3, verses 16 through 24 shows that the royal family of Judah did not die out, but produced many descendants during the generations after the fall of Jerusalem. Now, what's curious about the Parthians is that they always insisted that the blood members of the Arsacid family were the rulers. I'm good, thanks. They only let blood members of this royal lineage be the rulers in the Parthian Empire. We're going to find out what this Arsacid dynasty is, and you go to the next page. The historian Diodorus noted that the Parthians passed from the dominion of the Assyrians to that of the Medes, to a similar position under the Persians. George Rawlinson also noted that other earlier historians regard the Parthians as exiles. It's interesting they're calling these people exiles. What are they exiled from? The Parthians revolted and placed themselves under Scythian protection. You're going to see they do this a lot. After the fall of the Persian Empire, Parthian territory fell into the hands of the Greeks under Alexander the Great. After Alexander the Great died, the division of his kingdom was ruled by the, I don't know how to pronounce this, like Seleucid Greeks. Now in 256 BC, the provinces of Parthia and Bactria, which is ruled by the Greeks, revolted against these said Greeks. Arsaces is where the Arsacid dynasty comes from. The first king of the Parthians was a chieftain of a Scythian tribe, the Dahanites. Although some contend he was a Bactrian, but this is all in the same geographical area. However, the first king of the Parthians was actually initially a Scythian. And they kept going back for Scythian protection and had an odd relationship with them because they clearly have a common root. Now, in Numbers 26, verses 35 through 36, the sub-tribes or clans of Ephraim were named the Bachrites, the Aaronites, and the Tahanites. Now, when you see this word Dahanites, now typically when we see these names we do think of Dan, and we'll get into that later, but in this case, because of the linkage to the tribe, the clans of Manasseh mentioned in Numbers, the Dahanites are actually the Tahanites, so that's not Dan, it's more or less a root in a Ephraimite tribe. Now, notice that name, Aaronites. Now, Iran was an Ephraimite clan, like I mentioned. Iran is derived from Aaron. And Pahlavi was an old Persian tongue and had strong Semitic traits. We already established the Persians used an Aramaic alphabet. They did take, did have a lot of the Israelites captive, particularly Judah, the book of Esther. So Pahlavi sounds a lot like Levi, and Iran comes from Iran. Now, the Persians, I'm not saying that the people in Iran today are Hebrews. However, the reason why some of the names bear the same resemblance is because of who lived there at the time. So this is an exception to the rule. So anyway, you just go to the next slide. Oh, you did, okay. Now Parthia rose to power while the empire of Carthage began to die out during the Second and Third Punic Wars. When Arsaces died, the first king of Parthia, he was replaced by his brother Tiridates. And Tiridates named a mountain fortress in Parthia Dara. In 1 Chronicles 2:6, that was the name of a patriarch from the tribe of Judah. The Seleucids, those Greeks, emerged 40 years later, and they temporarily recaptured the Parthian capital city, but after the war ended, they signed a peace treaty and relinquished it. Now, the next monarch, Mithridates I, by the time of his death, had placed Bactria, Media, Babylonia, Persia, and other territories under Parthian rule. That map you saw, that's why the Parthian Empire was so big. Now, in 129 BC, the Seleucids attack again with 400,000 troops. The Parthian Empire on their own only numbered 120,000 troops, but had Scythian reinforcements, and they defeated the Seleucid monarch Antiochus, along with 300,000 of his host army. Now the Maccabees also helped to pick off some of those Seleucids Greeks to gain their independence. If anyone knows of the book of Maccabees, where Hanukkah comes from, you'll have some knowledge of that. But then you go to the next slide. Now, this is kind of a funny story here. The Scythians arrived, not the reinforcement, but some other Scythians came long after this battle was over. Now, after the battle was over, they came over here to fight, and they wanted to split the booty with the Parthians. But King Phraates I said, no, you're not getting anything because you didn't fight. So then the Scythians attacked them. Now, this parallels an event in Judges chapters 11 and 12. After winning a great victory over the Ammonites, the armies of the Gileadites, which are the tribes of Manasseh, Gad, and Reuben, were joined by Ephraim after the battle was already won. They came when the battle was over, and they said, we're here to fight. And because Manasseh wouldn't give Ephraim any war booty, they fought each other over this treasure.
And this Parthian-Scythian battles is basically a rerun. This kind of stupid stuff brothers fight over, I guess. And so then, an eastern portion of the Parthian Empire was invaded by a number of nomadic Saki, the Scythians, migrating southward out of the Caspian Sea region. They named their new homeland Sakastani, and after some territory disputes, they merged with Parthia. Their empire got even bigger. So you can go to the next slide. Now, the Parthian government, and we're almost done with Parthia. This is going to be over pretty soon. Hope it wasn't too long or boring or anything. Is that the Parthian government was ruled by the royal house or the Arsacid dynasty and the Senate. The Senate consisted of the wise men and the magi, the priestly class. Remember those terms, because you're going to see something very familiar. Now the kings, even though they had to be from the royal bloodline, the Arsacid dynasty, they were elected by the two houses. They pick the blood descendants of the Arsacids and then elect them. And the power of the kings could be checked by the royal council, and the kings could even be recalled. This was an early version of a parliament. And the vassal kings ruled underneath the main king, as we saw from that king of Judah. That was the vassal king of the Babylonians, much like the medieval feudal system. Now, Pliny and Tacitus, who were Roman historians, noted that the Parthians held municipal elections for people to elect city council members. So we see a lot of firsts. We see a senate. I don't know if the Romans had a senate first, but they had a parliament, a feudal system, and elections. And these aren't in mainstream history books today. These were revolutionary concepts. And Parthians just glanced over like it was nothing. And so then you go to the next page. Now, this was the Parthian Magi, the priestly class, or the wise men. Now, you notice the head coverings the Parthian Magi are wearing. Again, that is very similar to what the Scythians wore. It's kind of a mitre-shaped hat. And so, really, I mean, if anyone's that tired, just finish this. All right, so then you go to the next slide. I didn't realize it would be this long. It's only like 100 slides, but...
It's good. Keep going. We love it.
And so Rome became embroiled in a war with Armenia, and the Parthians remained neutral at first. Then Rome convinced the Parthians to team up with them in an alliance. The Romans said to the Parthians, if you help us, then you get to keep some of your territories. And so, but then Rome double-crossed them, as after the Parthians helped the Romans defeat the Armenians, the Parthians tried to go occupy their territories and were blocked by the Romans. And so then King Phraates was assassinated by his sons Mithridates and Orodes, and then Mithridates banished Orodes, and they got split up. Now, you're going to find out why the Romans changed this history. Why they have such a hate-on for these people, especially the Parthians. We're going to find out soon. Now, Crassus, a prominent Roman consul and a ruling, he had a trifecta ruling government system with Julius Caesar and Pompey. Crassus decided to launch a first in a series of campaigns of wars against the Parthians. He wanted to subjugate the Parthian Empire, make them his servants, and make the Roman Empire even bigger. Now, at first, Crassus just decided to loot the Middle East. He even stole gold from the temple in Jerusalem. Now, Parthia taunted Crassus. They were basically calling him a coward and enraged him to invade them. Now, Parthia got a one-up on Crassus by invading Armenia with their infantry to prevent Armenia from giving Rome aid. And then they used their own Parthian cavalry to fight Rome and keep them at bay. So again, very strategic people. These weren't uncivilized barbarians. Yes. Now, this is what the Parthian cavalry looked like. Now this would scare the crap out of any Roman.
Yeah.
They say, oh, these people are uncivilized, barbarians, crude, no technology. The Romans are superior. The Romans didn't have armor like this. And you notice they had a medieval feudal system. Where do you think this armor was used later? Where did they get it from? And so, when you go to the next page. Now, their Israelite ancestors actually had armor like that too. You see it in 2 Chronicles 26, verse 14. And Uzziah, that's a king from the line of Judah and Pharis, just like the Parthian royalty, prepared for them throughout all the host shields and spears and helmets, and I don't know what that word is, some old English word, habergeons, and bows and slings to cast stones. So the Israelites had similar armor, what the Parthians wore, and they had to get it from somewhere, and then we saw that later on in medieval Europe. Now, the Romans suffered one of their worst defeats at the hands of the Parthians. 40,000 casualties, 10,000 captives, and the rest of them ran away. Now you know why the Romans don't like the Parthians. It's going to get worse for the Romans from here. The cavalry of the Parthians was commanded by Cyrannus, who sent the head of Crassus to the Parthian king in Armenia, who then made peace with Parthia. So Parthia and Armenia, they got merged into that empire too, and you'll see the significance of that later. So Parthia later retaliated in 40 BC for Rome's invasion, or what Crassus did. They're still angry about, and they conquered some Roman territories, including Syria, Asia Minor, and Palestine. Those same territories the Scythians conquered a couple hundred years before that, or a few hundred years actually. Now Parthia controlled Palestine for only a few years, just like the Scythians did, before Antigonus, the Parthian ruler of Palestine, was replaced by King Herod, his Roman-sponsored replacement. So now we're just going to mention briefly the time of Yeshua, and we're going to see the significance of how Parthia ties into this, what a lot of people don't realize. So you go to the next slide. I think it's in, let's go to this one. No, this doesn't seem right. Can you just go through a few slides? Oh yeah, no, it's right. You go back to the previous one. There's something. Okay, now, yeah. Since any Arsacid from the dynasty could be king, there was often a lot of infighting, banishing, and assassinations for relatives to usurp the throne. We saw it a lot. Now, Phraates IV killed his father Orodes. That one guy got banished earlier. The chaos prompted another Roman invasion because they see, well, these guys are fine with each other. We're going to pick on them again. And this war campaign was headed by Mark Antony, real famous guy, in 37 BC. Now, the Parthians wiped out Rome's columns, slaying 10,000 men. Antony then admitted defeat with winter on the rise to shelter his cold and starving soldiers. The Parthians were smarter than the Romans in terms of strategy and fighting in the cold, and we're going to see that later on. This caused Roman tension with Armenia ever since, and which Mark Antony acted very cruelly towards the Armenians. Now, in 1 AD, right at the turn of the century, when another battle between Rome and Parthia was about to happen, a treaty was negotiated between Phraates and Caius Caesar, Augustus Caesar's grandson. And we're going to go to the next slide now. Now, what is this treaty? Rome and Parthia had a peace treaty. And we see evidence of this in the time of Yeshua, reading between the lines. Now, remember how the Parthian Magi, or the wise men, the priestly tribe? Well, the wise men or the Magi were the ones that visited Yeshua. They were evidently Parthian Magi, because you see this peace treaty between them. We're going to get into more evidence of that.
These Parthian magi were descendants of the Levites. They were priestly people. Now, contrary to popular belief, the Magi did not visit Yeshua as an infant. You always see those little paintings of, the baby Messiah with the wise men over him. They didn't visit him as a baby. In Matthew 2:11, it says they visited him as a young child. It doesn't say what age. And because in Luke chapter 2, it mentions shepherds visiting Yeshua as an infant. It doesn't mention the Magi. The Magi didn't come till later. Now, Matthew 2, verse 8 adds that King Herod sent the Magi to Bethlehem after conferring with the Jewish hierarchy about the prophesied location of the Messiah's birth. Now, the Pharisees knew where the Messiah would be. They had the Tanakh, the Old Testament. They read Micah and Daniel. And they were, Herod wanted to know where he was. It's evidently, that's why he wanted to kill all the firstborn. He didn't want anyone to usurp his rule. Now, Herod conferred with the Parthian delegation. He was trying to interrogate them. Where was this star that the Magi followed? Where was it? I want to, go where they're going. He apparently learned this period of time was almost 2 years because he killed all male children in Bethlehem under 2 years of age in an attempt to kill the Messiah. So you go to the next slide. All right, now, earlier in Matthew chapter 2, indicates that all of Jerusalem was troubled. It used that word troubled when the Parthian Magi arrived. Now, why were they troubled? Why were they scared when these guys came in? Well, knowing the Parthian Empire, these Magi, they were the priests. They didn't come alone. They obviously had armed escorts and everything. We're going to see evidence of that later on. Now, the Magi, after they followed the star, they were asking Herod for direction. They say, we want to see he that is born king of the Jews. Now, why did Herod bite his tongue? Because he was a hothead. Why didn't he say to the Magi, well, I'm the king of the Jews and you ain't going to see this guy? He shut up. You know why he shut up? Because the Parthians and the Romans had a peace treaty. Yes, the Magi were the priestly class. Herod could not talk back to them. He had to shut up around them.
Wow.
Now, Matthew 2, chapter 9 states that the star stood over where the young child was. That's Yeshua. Now, most people interpret this to mean, a constellation, something in the sky. Like they follow something in the sky. But that is not the case because the scriptures periodically uses the word star to represent an angel, especially in Revelation. No comet or celestial phenomenon could pinpoint the exact location of a city, let alone a child. The star stood over where Yeshua, the young child, was. Now, Matthew 2:2 states the Magi saw the star. It doesn't say anyone else saw it, only they did. Otherwise, Herod and his astrologers would have saw it, and they wouldn't have needed to ask the other Parthians about the star. He would have known, because he had astrologers.
Sure.
If it was in the sky, why did Herod need to ask information? And the star disappeared once the Magi got in Judea, then they had to ask Herod for directions. I present to you that this star was an angel guiding the Magi, because they were the Levites, to go anoint the high priest,
Wow.
Yeshua.
Wow. Wow. I like that. That's totally That's a really good possibility.
Ever. Say it again.
That's
What, read this whole
wow.
part
No,
again?
what you just said. Just your summary.
No, the descendants of the Levites, the priests, were following the angel, because Yahweh used an angel to speak to his priests to go find where the Messiah was to anoint their high priest.
Yes.
And you wouldn't know that if you didn't know the history of Parthia or Scythia or any of these places. And we're going to be done in about probably like 20, 30 minutes, so thanks for staying this long.
Wow.
If we go to the next slide.
That was worth all of it right there.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it was amazing. That's very good.
Thanks. I was fascinated when I found that out too.
And you didn't tell your mother beforehand. Gosh.
Like you said, you read the Stephen Collins books.
20 years ago.
Okay, now, when Parthian, we're going to just briefly describe the fall of Parthia and where the other tribes were dispersed to and where they are today. Now, when the Parthian Roman affairs were calm, Parthia fought and lost a war over Armenia to an alliance of Iberians and Scythians, headed by King Pharasmanes. Now, the Iberians and the Scythians fought Parthia and won the country of Armenia. Now, when the Parthian king Artabanus lost this war, he fled to the other Scythians for refuge. We've seen that pattern all along. They go to the Scythians for help, but there was many tribes and they kind of did their own thing as they were nomads. So the Arsacid dynasty was in a state of great turmoil, which ended in 51 AD with the death of a cruel emperor, the Parthian emperor Gotarzes. He sought to eliminate all rivals to his throne by murdering all the close and distant male relatives, including children and pregnant wives. Kind of like what Herod was doing, but on an even worse scale. When you go to the next slide. Now, towards the end of the 1st century, the Parthians established friendly relations with the Dacians, a people living along the Danube River who disliked the Romans too. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Now, the year after the death of the Parthian emperor Mithridates IV, the Roman emperor Trajan, that's how you pronounce it, broke the Roman-Parthian peace treaty. He got rid of it, and he began a military campaign against Parthia. Now notice when all this was happening, that was after Yeshua's adult ministry. And I didn't really get into it, but because of the Parthian-Roman peace treaty, he was really only harassed by the Pharisees, the Jewish religious leaders. The Romans didn't have too much of a problem with them. Because if he was good with the Parthian priestly class, the Romans didn't really want to touch him. And you know, Pontius Pilate was trying to save Yeshua, but he gave in to the pressure of the Pharisees, and that's when this peace treaty was starting to dissolve. So they really didn't care about keeping peace with Parthia. Now, when wintering in Antioch of Syria, the Roman Emperor Trajan barely made it out alive. He was going to attack the Parthians, and a destructive earthquake struck 9 cities in Roman provinces, including in Asia Minor and Greece. He's going to attack the Parthians, and this earthquake happens and almost kills him. This is kind of odd. Now, Trajan took a pleasure voyage down the Tigris River into the Persian Gulf. He was just goofing off, full of himself. And while he was goofing off, the recently conquered Parthian provinces rebelled on a massive scale and burned Seleucia, other major cities, and exterminated an entire division of the Roman Empire. Well, this dude was going on his pleasure cruise. Now, the Roman armies suffered from heat stroke, swarms of flies, famine, and violent hail and thunderstorms. The Roman historical records account that these flies were literally picking the food and water out of their hands.
What?
Yeah. And before this, the Roman emperor was almost killed by an earthquake. These are acts of Elohim, because the Romans are trying to attack his chosen people, and this isn't,
Well, where can we read about this?
well, I'm getting to that. And this isn't BS, because this is in Roman historical records. They cut down Parthia, but they have to admit this, although it's embarrassing to them. So you go to the next slide. Now the Parthians then assembled their largest army ever, and was the fiercest and bloodiest battle ever fought between the two empires. The new Roman emperor, Macrinus, tried to appease the Parthians. Is this slide out of order? Can you go to the next one? Oh no, go back. I think I missed a slide, but I remembered what it said. Oh, you can go to the next one. Yeah, I forgot to put some. Now, the Roman historical records, I don't remember the source, but you can find this in main Roman history books. When all these acts of Elohim were happening, the earthquakes, the flies taking their food, the famine, the heat stroke, they didn't know who the God of Israel was. They thought the Romans recently stole treasure from temple of Apollo because they conquered the Greeks, just renamed their gods. They looted their temples. They thought a Greek god was attacking them. In their historical records, they said the magic of the Chaldeans was attacking us. They knew this was supernatural, and they thought someone was casting sorcery on them. But it was the Almighty, protecting those lost tribes. So anyway, the Parthians defeated the Romans, their biggest victory ever. This battle lasted for 3 days. And George Rawlinson accounts that the body count was so high, these bodies were about 50 feet high, and people couldn't even see in front of them. They were just getting stacked like dominoes.
Wow.
And then Macrinus, the Roman emperor, fled the scene after getting massacred, and he agreed to pay the Parthians reparations of 50 million denarii. Now, a denarii is a Roman coin. I don't know what that's worth, but he paid them 50 million bucks of Roman money for their lost casualties. Now, you see why the Romans want to put down the Parthians? This is flat out humiliating to them. And plus, secular historical records don't want the Bible to be validated. Because how else do you explain these earthquakes, these flies? Well, you guys know who did that.
Man.
Now, the Parthian king, Artabanus IV, sought guidance from an occult soothsayer. And was told, a soothsayer, kind of
A fortune teller.
a fortune teller, a witch. And the soothsayer told him the Parthian Empire was about to end. Now, doesn't this sound similar? When King Saul sought the witch of Endor, she told him that he was about to die and his empire was to fall. And Artabanus IV was history being repeated, and he did end up dying. In 220 AD, the province of Persia revolted, and in a series of 3 battles, ending in a Persian victory 7 years later, the Parthian Empire ended, and King Artabanus IV lost his life. Yahweh spoke through an occult soothsayer because he sought the counsel of a familiar spirit, and what's the penalty for mandatory? Death. And how he protected the Parthians before with his mighty power, that he said no more. I'm ending you. And so then we go back to this map again. Since everyone saw this, we can skip if you want. I'm just going back to again in case people need to look at it again. And so these are the final migrations. It's just like a few slides. And then we'll get into how we can trace the tribes today. And then this is almost over. Thanks for watching. So after the fall of Parthia, the remaining population had to make a speedy migration. They couldn't, dilly-dally around. They had to get out of there. Now, they couldn't migrate to the west of the Parthian Empire because that was where the Romans were. The south was the Arabian Desert and the sea, and to the east and the northeast were expanding Oriental populations. Probably, like some of the Huns, actually, I remember now. Some of the Huns, and Genghis Khan, and people like that. So a lot of these areas were hostile and not safe refuges. And these Asian tribes, these Huns and all, they drove out the Massageti and other Scythians westward into Parthia centuries ago. The Parthians and the Scythians are all together. So there was only one safe direction, and that was northwest. Because their kinsmen, the Scythian and the Dacians, were there. Remember, the Parthians made an alliance with the Dacians as they both hated the Romans. They remembered, I made a pact with these guys, I can go hide with them. And of course, they're always running to the Scythians. Can't do anything on their own. So, the Scythians and the Dacians at this time inhabited a region roughly equivalent to modern Romania and portions of Hungary. The Parthian province, there was one province that the Persians didn't destroy at that time that maintained its independence and Arsacid ruler, the Arsacid dynasty. That country was Armenia. And so, go to the next slide.
Oh, hold on a minute.
No, I remember that.
Wait. Battery change out.
Blow my nose here for a second. You guys figure out where that's from later. Okay, so Where was I? Oh, yes. So the Parthian refugees, go to the next one, fled to Armenia. So you go to the next slide. Now, they traveled through Armenia to a region that used to be called the Caucasus Mountains. Now, once again, this has some bad blood associated with this term. As you know, Caucasus Mountains is where we get Caucasian from. But the way people use it today is incorrect. Caucasian does not mean all white people. Because actually anthropologists will tell you there's Caucasians that are dark-skinned. The original people of the Caucasus Mountains were dark-skinned, actually Arabs. There's Semitic people, even Asiatic Indians are Caucasian. So you just need to clear that up. Is when you say Caucasus Mountains, some people are in that freaked out. But the way they use the term different is the way they use it now. Not how the government, like, well, what are you, Caucasian, African American? That's not correct. Uncle Sam doesn't know anything. The origins of these people. Yeah.
Uncle Sam just knows money.
Exactly. Okay, so as early as 500 BC, the Scythians established outposts in the Balkans, such as modern-day East Germany, Hungary, Bulgaria, and the Ukraine. This is before the Parthians were conquered and dispersed. Now, in 256 AD, Gothic tribes crossed the Carpathians and drove the Romans from Dacia. Those Dacians that hated the Romans, the Goths helped them out. We're going to find out more about who these Gothic people are. Now, they left the region north of the Black Sea and crossed the Carpathian Mountains and entered Balkan Europe, those places the Scythians established outposts in before, in formidable numbers. Those Goths were growing a very big army. Now, since the Parthians had a habit of taking refuge with the Scythians, some of these refugees became known as the Getae. Remember the Massa Getae? Many Israelites fleeing the Black Sea region called themselves Gothae or Goth, which became the Goths. We're going to find out more what those words mean in a bit. Now, the Goths ended up being subjugated by the Romans too. And were subject. See, the Romans, I don't know if they realize who these people are. Well, they do eventually. The same people they've been fighting with all along. You know, it's happening all over again. These people are all going back to their original roots and their enemies. So, some of the other people that migrated through the Caucasus Mountains when the Parthians went through there were called the Teutons, the Vandals, or the Saxons, and remember some Greek historians called the Saki Saxons. Saxon is actually a derivative which means Sax sons. The sons of Isaac, right, which is what the Scythians call themselves. And so then we go to the, someone needs to go to the next slide. Yeah?
You're all set?
Next slide.
Okay. Now, Ptolemy is cited mentioning the Scythian people that sprung from the Saki, all the Saxons. Again, another historians confirming all these jumbled up terms. Now, as early as 186 AD, the Saxons were recorded as being in the neck of the Cimbric Peninsula. Remember that term, Samaria? Which the Cimbric Peninsula is actually modern Denmark. You'll see a new map about this in a bit. Now, after the fall of the Parthian Empire, the Saki refugees poured into their old migratory routes in search of homelands. Because, you know, after the Parthian Empire fell, these people had to run for their lives. So now the Goths, they were preoccupied with messing with Rome. Again, they didn't have a beef with Rome out of the clear blue sky. There's clearly some ancient history going on here. And the Goths came out of the same areas the Scythians colonized hundreds of years before. Now, the Saxons and their allied tribes migrated into Europe around the northern edge of Rome's empire, the part of Europe they ruled. Now, Rome's hold on Breton, now Britain used to be called Breton, and you see that Berit thing again, I'm going to tie that in soon, grew steadily weaker, and Rome eventually had to abandon the prospect of trying to get Britain altogether. there was someone holding these Romans back. We'll find out soon who they were. Now the Saxons eventually displaced the native Britons. So the people you see in Britain today are different than the people that used to be there. Although the Phoenicians and the Israelites, they were colonizing all around. In fact, what used to be called Breton or Great Britain was another place they got those precious metals and stuff from the mines there. So while some Goth outposts had long existed in northern Europe, the Goths were primarily located in the Black Sea region, so where the Scythians used to be, when they began to invade the Roman Empire. So you go to the next slide. Now, at the beginning of the 3rd century AD, the Goths were divided into the Ostrogoths, that was the Eastern Goths, and the Visigoths, or the Western Goths. Now, the Goths, the Germans, but not all Germans, we're going to get to that soon, knock these Nazis down a peg or two. Now, some Germans, the Goths, the Saxons, have all been collectively referred to in history books as the Teutonic people. Has anyone ever heard of the Teutonic Knights? Now, since we all call the Father, and some by their Hebrew names, the Teutonic Knights actually had some influence in why our English Bibles say God and Lord. But again, now the Gothic language, the original Gothic language is very much like the oldest form of English, older than Old English. And the Gothic language developed into the various Germanic languages, including modern day English, German, Dutch, Swedish, and Danish. As you know, there's Germanic languages and there's Romance languages like Spanish, Portuguese, French. They all come from somewhere. Now, Goth or Guth is used to describe the deity, which is God or Goth. Now, Gothe, or excuse me, the term Gut Theoda was found in ancient Gothic literature, which has the same meaning as an Old English word theod, meaning people. So the Goths, literally translated, means the people of God. And we know God is a pagan term, but once again, this is some clue as to who their common ancestry was. Now, the Teutonic Knights, just remember all these people, the Goths, some Germans and Saxons, were all called the Teutonic people. And Goth, that's where God came from. The Teutonic Knights eventually started calling Yahweh God, because they were knights, they called him Lord, because the knights are, oh, my Lord. That eventually worked its way into the King James Bible, taking out the Hebrew name of the Father. So you go to the next slide. Kind of interesting. Now this, there was a special sect of Germanic people that were not Israelites. They were Semitic people, they were Assyrians, the enemies of the Israelites. They were called the Karamani or the Carmanians.
Do the rabbis say so?
The Amalek, he's in with the Romans. Now, there's really no time to get into this, but I'll mention it briefly on what the Third Reich actually was. It's a discussion for another time. But Kerman, or the Kermani, is attached to a city in southern Iran. That is the name of a city in Iran today. Because Assyria used to be in that same area, the Assyrian Empire. Now, when Assyria was crushed by the Scythians in 620 AD, they were attacked from the north and the west, and they fled to the south and east towards Persia. As the centuries passed, the land of Kerman was dominated by Persia, Alexander the Great, the Seleucid Greeks, and finally the Parthians. Now, when it mentions Alexander the Great and Persia, I'm not going to guess now, but this relates, in my opinion, to the 4 beasts of Daniel. And so anyway, an ancient inscription from about 800 BC was found in the Assyrian capital of Assur. And Assur was one of the sons of Shem, one of Noah's sons. That's where the Assyrians come from. Now this inscription recorded that Sargon I claimed to rule the Tin Land, which lies beyond the Upper Sea, or the Mediterranean. The Carmanians, or the Kermani, the Germani, were a warlike, militaristic nation like the Assyrians. And the Carmanians eventually migrated into an area of Asia Minor called Prussia. And remember, the early German empires were the Prussian kingdom, right before Hitler.
Right.
So you see, this is how they're retarded, is because Hitler, they're like, oh yeah, we're Israelites, and they abuse some of this information. It's like, that guy you idolize was not a Hebrew. He was a Goy. He was an Assyrian. And this ties into the books of Daniel and Revelation. And that's a discussion for another time. But the very people that enslaved their ancestors, the dude they kissed the butt of, which is kind of funny. But anyway, so I finished about the Goths, and then we'll close this. The Goths eventually grew so large in numbers that in 235 AD, the Romans started paying tribute to deter Gothic attacks. The Romans weren't scared of the Goths before. They eventually got so big, something scared them to pay them money. Like, don't hurt us. Kind of like the school bully getting your lunch money out of you. And there's a reason why they got scary. And we're going to get to that. Now, once the Romans stopped paying tribute, about 13 years later, the Goths ravaged Roman soil. And the Roman Emperor Decius led an army to oppose the Goths. But he was taken by surprise. The Goths ambushed them, killed the Emperor Decius, and rerouted his army. Now, Decius's body was never found. But, I think I missed a slide. But actually, the Parthians, when they killed a Roman Empire, they chopped his body up and sent it to the other provinces. So I'm guessing this is what the Goths did. Because they're, in the same clan as the Parthians and these ancient enemies of the Romans. Now, once again, we're seeing the same old conflict, nothing new under the sun. So for 15 years, between 253 and 268 AD, the Goths struck a lot of blows to the Romans, such as burning the temple of Diana in Ephesus, but they spared Athens. And why did they leave Athens alone, just like the Scythians left alone Jerusalem? I think I must have been missing some slides, but the Scythians traded with Athens. They were agriculturalists too, and actually sold like 600,000 bushels of corn, I think, in 1 year to Athens. So they had some close ties. That's why the Goths left Athens alone, but just burned the rest of that area. And it seems logical since Athens was a historical trading partner of the Scythians. Now, up until about 376 AD, the Visigoths were divided into separate tribes ruled by their own judges. The Gothic kings were chosen by free elections from any of the noble families. Just like the Parthians and just like the Hebrew judges system we saw in Carthage, exhibiting some traits of their old roots. Now, the Goths didn't have much cavalry, but isn't this the same kind of armor we saw the Parthians and the ancient Israelites wearing? So when these armies got huge and the Romans saw them roaming around, they're like, oh crap, it's these guys again. And they had to give them money. Like, don't hurt us. Everyone remembers who everyone is. So you go to the next slide. And this is the old slide. Try the other one. Yeah, this is the last slide. And we're going to wrap this up.
Oh, you went too far.
Yeah, this one. Now, in 410 AD, the Visigoths, under their king Alaric, conquered and occupied the city of Rome. Alaric even conquered most of Greece, and the Goths once again spared Athens. And Athens ended up paying them tribute money out of gratitude and gave Alaric a banquet. And Alaric was even made a military governor by the emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire, Constantinople. But the Romans had a treaty with Alaric, and they broke it. You see how they always break treaties with these same people? They did the Parthians. And so the Romans killed 30,000 Goths and their families, including women and children. And Rome had to pay 5,000 pounds of gold and 30,000 pounds of silver and other costly items as reparations. Once again, the Romans were taught they're civilized and respectable people, and the Goths, the Parthians, the Scythians, the Carthaginians are barbarians. But who's the barbarians? Breaking treaties, killing women and children. And there was another slight miss, and actually the Romans, they desecrated the tombs of Parthian emperors and priests and just defiled the bodies. They're the real barbarians. But they write the history books, so they look good. So in 428 AD, the Arsacid dynasty rule in Armenia finally ended. And so all traces of Parthia pretty much disappeared from there. So in 455 AD, the Vandals, another subdivision of the Goths, sailed across the Mediterranean and conquered the city of Rome once again. All the gold and silver and valuable possessions were taken. Among the spoils that the Vandals took from the Romans were a 7-branched candlestick. You don't know what that is, right? Menorah. It's after the Romans, sacked the temple, and they took back many artifacts from the temple. Why were the Vandals so concerned about these artifacts? Now, by this time, they lost a lot of the idea of who they were. But the Goths later became Christians because they were intermingled with the Romans at the Alaric. That was a couple hundred years after Constantine. And the Teutonic Knights eventually called Yahweh God and Lord and changed the Bible. So we see these, this little interest in historical roots. And to close, we're going to wrap this up. No, go back. We're going to wrap this up in about 15 minutes. In 533 AD, the Vandals were defeated by the Romans, and they went back to Carthage and occupied that area for almost a century. In the same area, some of the other Semitic people went. Now, at this point, 533 AD, the migrations of all these people pretty much disappeared. But with everything we know, and the clues we're going to see in Genesis 49, we're going to find out where these people went. At least, now not all the people. What we're going to find in Genesis 49 is each tribe was promised a specific nation. That doesn't mean there's not Israelites other places. We're just going to get down to what nation. Tell me when. All right, so welcome back. You notice I was hot before, drenched in buckets of sweat, and now I'm cold. So, wearing long sleeves now. So anyway, we're going to wrap this up now. Now, in light of what you've all seen about the migrations, now we're going to get into Genesis 49 to decipher where those tribes are today. Now, Genesis 49, each one of these tribes will be a specific nation. So this is just determining what nations they are and tying them with the migrations and the linguistic aspects we discussed. This isn't to say, only these people or that tribe. It's just talking about the nations that fulfill those prophecies. But first, we're going to get into the tribe that inherits the birthright. We'll get to the big kahuna first and go to the other guys. And so, Judah has the scepter, but not the birthright. He doesn't get the double portion. And typically, in Scripture, traditionally, the firstborn gets the birthright, but in Scripture, we see that's usually not the case. Solomon being a prime example of that. So we're going to start with Abraham, where the birthright was passed down to, and then what promises, what birthright blessings were given to that tribe and inherited. Then we'll identify the birthright tribe. Okay, so, Ishmael was the elder son, but Isaac got the birthright. And so Esau didn't get the birthright. He forfeited that to Jacob. Now Reuben is Jacob's firstborn, but he didn't get the birthright either because he defiled his father's concubine, Bilhah. That's why he got disinherited. You'll see that in Genesis 35:22 and First Chronicles 5:1-2 of what Reuben did, how he lost the birthright. So, since Reuben didn't get the birthright, it was passed down to Joseph and his sons Ephraim and Manasseh. So this is the birthright tribe, and we're going to identify who they are. But first, we're going to list the birthright blessings they were promised to help us identify these cats. So if you go to the next slide, please. The first birthright blessing, Genesis 12:2. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee, and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. You go to the next slide, please. Genesis 17, verses 4-6. As for me, behold, my covenant is with thee, and thou shalt be a father of many nations. Neither shall thy name any more be called Abram, but thy name shall be called Abraham. For a father of many nations have I made thee. And I will make thee exceeding fruitful, and I will make nations of thee, and kings shall come out of thee. You go to the next slide, please. Genesis 18:18. Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. Next slide, please. Genesis 22:16-17. And said, by myself have I sworn, saith Yahweh, for because thou hast done this thing, and hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, that in blessing I will bless thee, and in multiplying I will multiply thy seed as the stars of the heaven, and as the sand which is upon the seashore, and thy seed shall possess the gate of his enemies. You go to the next slide, please. Genesis 24:60. And they blessed Rebekah and said unto her, thou art our sister, be thou the mother of thousands of millions, and let thy seed possess the gate of those which hate them. You know, the next slide, please. Genesis 27:29. Let people serve thee, and nations bow down to thee. Be master over thy brethren, and let thy mother's sons bow down to thee. Cursed be everyone that curseth thee, and blessed be he that blesseth thee. You go to the next slide. And Elohim said unto him, this is Genesis 35:11, I am El Almighty. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall be of thee, and kings shall come out of thy loins. Go to the next slide. We'll get into this in a minute. So what are the birthright blessings? Well, so Ephraim and Manasseh, this is going to pass down to, we'll see here, you're going to be a great and mighty nation. Many nations. He's a father of many nations. Abraham, not just one nation. A company or a commonwealth of nations in some translations. And they will possess the gates of their enemies and those that hate them. It's mentioned twice. And other nations will bow down to them. And this is pretty big stuff. And we already covered all the tribes can't be Jewish. And this, Judah has the scepter, not the birthright. This is not traits, blessings that Judah got. And we're going to get real specific here. So in Genesis 48, this is when Jacob blesses Ephraim and Manasseh, the sons of Joseph. And we have to read the whole chapters. There's a lot of details people miss. It's the key to unlocking this. And it came to pass after these things that one told Joseph, behold, thy father is sick. And he took with him his two sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. And one told Jacob and said, behold, thy son Joseph cometh unto thee. And Israel strengthened himself and sat upon the bed. And Jacob said unto Joseph, El Shaddai appeared unto me at Luz in the land of Canaan, and blessed me. And said unto me, behold, I will make thee fruitful and multiply thee. And I will make of thee a multitude of people. And will give this land to thy seed after thee for an everlasting possession. And now thy two sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, which were born unto thee in the land of Egypt, before I came unto thee into Egypt, are mine, as Reuben and Simeon, they shall be mine. And thy issue which thou begettest after them shall be thine, and shall be called after the name of their brethren in their inheritance. And as for me, when I came from Padan, Rachel died by me in the land of Canaan in the way, when yet there was but a little way to come unto Ephrath. I buried her there in the way of Ephrath, the same as Bethlehem. Now you see, Joseph Joseph was Jacob's favorite son, so he's passing the birthright on to him and his sons. You're going to see that in a minute. And it came to pass after these things that one told Joseph, Behold, thy father is sick, and he took with him his 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. And one told Jacob and said, Behold, thy son Joseph cometh unto thee. And Israel strengthened himself and sat upon the bed. And Jacob said unto Joseph, El Shaddai appeared unto me at Luz in the land of Canaan and blessed me. Oh, wait a second, I already read this. Someone's not heading next. There you go. Man, don't I look stupid now. And Israel beheld Joseph's sons and said, Who are these? And Joseph said unto his father, They are my sons, whom Elohim hath given me in this place. And he said, Bring them, I pray thee, unto me, and I will bless them. Now the eyes of Israel were dim for age, so that he could not see. And he brought them near unto him, and he kissed them, and embraced them. And Israel said unto Joseph, I had not thought to see thy face, and lo, Elohim hath showed me also thy seed. And Joseph brought them out from between his knees, and he bowed himself with his face to the earth. Now this is where we really got to start paying attention, because this is significant. And Joseph took them both, Ephraim in his right hand toward Israel's left hand, and Manasseh in his left hand toward Israel's right hand, and brought them near unto him. And Israel stretched out his right hand and laid it upon Ephraim's head, who was the younger, and his left hand upon Manasseh's head, guiding his hands wittingly. For Manasseh was the firstborn. Going to go to the next slide. And he blessed Joseph and said, Elohim, before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac did walk, the Elohim which fed me all my life long unto this day, the angel which redeemed me from all evil, bless the lads, and let my name be named on them, and the name of my fathers Abraham and Isaac, and let them grow into a multitude in the midst of the earth. We keep seeing this word multitude here. This is going to mean something later. And when Joseph saw that his father laid his right hand upon the head of Ephraim, it displeased him. And he held up his father's hand to remove it from Ephraim's head unto Manasseh's head. And Joseph said unto his father, Not so, my father, for this is the firstborn. Put thy right hand upon his head. And his father refused and said, I know it, my son, I know it. He also shall become a people, and he also shall be great. But truly his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his seed shall become a multitude of nations. You go to the next slide. And he blessed them that day, saying, In thee shall Israel bless, saying, Elohim make thee as Ephraim and as Manasseh. And he said, Ephraim before Manasseh. And Israel said unto Joseph, Behold, I die, but Elohim shall be with you, and bring you again into the land of your fathers. Moreover, I have given you thee one portion above thy brethren, which I took out of the hand of the Amorite, with my sword, and with my bow. Now, before we go on to the next slide, this is significant because you get a visual. Jacob is blessing Ephraim and Manasseh. And so, he's got Jacob, he's got Ephraim and Manasseh. He's blessing them, like this, laying hands on them. Now, Manasseh is the older one, but he's given Ephraim the double portion. Then Joseph corrects Jacob. He's like, no, father. And he moves his hands. This is how it should be. Vice versa, he got mixed up. Then Jacob's like, not so, son. This is how it should be. Now, this is no accident because Jacob, or Israel, is prophesying on the future of Ephraim and Manasseh, and so was Jacob. You read this and think, so is Joseph. You think, Joseph just wants his eldest son to be blessed. But he's prophesying too, the Ruach, the spirit of Elohim's guiding all this. So this is, just keep this visual in mind. Jacob's blessing Ephraim and Manasseh. Joseph crosses his hands and he crosses it back. And again, that's stick. So what's significant about this is that Ephraim got the birthright blessing Manasseh should have, then Joseph fixed his father's hands and fixed him back. So at first Ephraim will get the birthright blessing, and then Manasseh, who's the eldest and should have gotten it, will get it back later. The cross in the hands is very significant. So you go to the next slide, please. Keep this in mind. All right, now, Genesis 49, when he blesses all of his sons, all the tribes, we're focusing on Joseph now. Genesis 49, 22 through 24 says, Joseph is a fruitful bow, even a fruitful bow by a well, whose branches run over the wall. The archers have sorely grieved him and shot at him and hated him. But his bow abode in strength, and the arms of his hands were made strong by the hands of the mighty El of Jacob. From thence is the shepherd, the stone of Israel. Now, go to the next slide. And so, first I'm going to identify each tribe and explain why these nations are these tribes. Ephraim is Great Britain. Manasseh is the United States. I'll explain why. So, you can go to the next slide. Now, we'll get into this in a minute, but let's set up the premise. A great and mighty nation, many nations, a multitude of nations, a company of nations, or a commonwealth. Other nations will bow down before you. Kings will come out of your loins. Okay, so, and we're going to get into why these nations rose to prominence in just a short period of time out of nowhere. But definitely great and mighty nations. We think of the British Empire and the United States. And they achieved this, especially the United States, in such a short period of time. We're becoming a nation, and we're going to see why. However, this map right here, remember, Ephraim and Manasseh would possess the gates of their enemies, and the gates of those that hate them. And what do we have here? The red is Ephraim, that's Great Britain, the British Empire, what used to be it. And the blue is the United States. And it's hard to see the United States land and sea gates on here. Now, look at the British Empire, all these land and sea gates. These territories they conquered, especially the sea gates in strategic locations. Well, you can't see on here, but Gibraltar, we got that from Spain. All these territories they conquered, these are land and sea gates. From enemies, you know, that they beat in a war, they will possess the gates of their enemies and those that hate them. And talk about the company and the multitude of nations. Look at how Ephraim's all spread around. Now the United States got many sea gates in the Spanish-American War. Just give a quick example. Puerto Rico, Guam, they used to control Cuba, and the Philippines. And what's the most astonishing is the Panama Canal that the United States, I don't know if they still do, or they used to control that. That was such a strategic trading port, you know, that when they keep getting these land and sea gates, they just keep growing and growing in power. And the gates of those that hate them, I mean, this really hits your enemies in a sore spot when you take a strategic location like the Panama Canal. And these are the only nations that fulfilled that birthright blessing prophecy to Abraham. It's very specific. He will possess the gates of his enemies and those that hate him. Well, this is what they mean by gates, land and sea gates. And some of the locations like Gibraltar and the Panama Canal literally are gates to other places. That's very specific. So if you go to the next slide, please. Thank you. And now, we're going to examine this. This is the United States seal. Now, this really is important what this phrase means, the Latin phrase e pluribus unum. But you're going to see the number 13 in this seal a lot. That Latin slogan, that's 13 letters. Now, there are actually 13 tribes of Israel because Ephraim and Manasseh are their own independent tribes. A lot of people don't catch that. Now, there are 13 stars. Now, look closely. The way these stars are formed, that's the shield of David. And I almost go about the Star of David. The correct term is the shield of David. And then there's the sun. We'll get into why there's a sun here in a minute. The pillar of cloud. It appeared over the Israelites in the wilderness. 13 arrows, 13 leaves and 13 berries, 13 stripes. And this is the eagle. It's this symbol, a crest, a herald of Dan. That means judgment. Okay, so now let's examine these two things right here. Remember, the archer shot at him and grieved and hated him, but his bow was made strong. In the scriptures, the bow is a symbol of military power or might. And the archer shot at Manasseh and grieved him and hated him. Now, Ephraim and Manasseh are starting to lose their birthright promises. You see especially the United States, declining in economy, losing wars. But back in the heyday, no one could beat Manasseh, the United States. So you got 13 arrows, and that ties right into Genesis 49, 22 through 23. And he's a fruitful bow who goes over the wall. There's your fruitful bow right there. And so if you go to the next slide, please. Now, what does this sun mean? Well, this ties into the dream Joseph had in Genesis 37, verses 9 through 10. And he dreamed yet another dream and told it his brethren and said, Behold, I have dreamed a dream more, and behold, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars made obeisance to me. Notice he mentions 11 stars, and then he has 2 sons at the birthright. That's where your 13 tribes come from. And he told it to his father and to his brethren, and his father rebuked him and said unto him, What is this dream that thou hast dreamed? Shall I and thy mother and thy brethren indeed come to bow down ourselves to thee, to the earth? Remember, one of the birthright promises was other nations will bow down to you. All right, so keep the sun and the moon made obeisance to me in mind. So you go to the next slide. Now this here is an earlier version of the United States presidential seal. So of course you see the arrows and the fruitful bow, the eagle, and the stripes. But what's curious here is in this version of the seal there's moons. How many? 13 moons. So one seal you have the sun, and the others you have the moons. And this, once again, at number 13. Now, I'm not saying that whoever designed these designed it that way on purpose. I believe that the Father guided them unwittingly to make them this way, as the Father's given us clues. As remember in Amos 9:9, it says, Not one grain shall be sifted. Everyone will be able to be identified.
Is that stars underneath those moons?
Yes.
It looks like stars underneath the moons.
Right. Oh, yes, there's 9 stars and then 3 down here. So you got the traditional number 12. Let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Right. So, yeah, that's, I don't know if that part's significant, but since most people think there's 12 tribes, you know, that, yes, those are stars. But hold on a second. Yeah, because he said, the 11 stars made obeisance to me, but there's 9 stars underneath here. So, but the other seal is more significant, but there's many similarities, but here you get the part of Joseph's dream about the moons, the 13 moons. So if you go to the next slide, please. And so the question is, why did the United States just spring out of nowhere and in a shorter period, you know, because other nations were around hundreds of years before them, but yet the United States became the most powerful nation in the world in just a short period of time. But what took so long? What was all the holdup? We're going to figure this out. Why was the birthright blessing withheld? In Leviticus chapter 26, verses 14 through 18. But if ye will not hearken unto me, and will not do all these commandments, and if ye shall despise my statutes, or if your soul abhor my judgments, so that ye will not do all my commandments, but that ye break my covenant, I also will do this unto you. I will even appoint over you terror, consumption, and a burning ague, that shall consume the eyes and cause sorrow of the heart. And ye shall sow your seed in vain, for your enemies shall eat it. And I will set my face against you, and ye shall be slain before your enemies. They that hate you shall reign over you, and ye shall flee when none pursueth you. And if ye will not yet, for all this hearken unto me, then I will punish you 7 times more for your sins. So, we're going to tie it somewhere, but keep this in mind, 7 times. And he will punish the Israelites 7 times more for their sins, withhold the birthright because they did not obey his commandments. And you go to the next slide, we'll tie this in together. Okay, so we're going to use some tricky math here, kind of tricky. And so, if we remember the 7 times, well, a time is usually a biblical year. It's like in Revelation 12:14, they taught the tribulation. It's time and time, a time and times and half a time. Most people interpret it as 2.5 years. And so I'm going to take a time as a biblical year. And so in Numbers 14:34, it says, after the number of the days in which ye search the land, even 40 days, each day for a year, shall ye bear your iniquities, even 40 years, and ye shall know my breach of promise. Ah, you see that? Keep this in mind. 7 times, at 7 prophetic years, but each day for a year shall ye bear your iniquities, and ye shall know my breach of promise. He's going to breach his promise to them for a while. And in Ezekiel, I think chapter 4, we see the prophet Ezekiel laying on one side for the iniquities of the house of Judah, the other side for the iniquities of the house of Israel. And he did a day for a year, just like in here. So you go to the next slide. And we're going to get to this real soon. But, and, okay, so he said, you will know my breach of promise. Now, we're going to use a little timeline. Is in 2 Kings 17:18, I believe that's it. That is when the northern kingdom, Israel, says Yahweh removed Israel from the land and out of his sight. And so from that year, now there's many variations depending on whose years you use, but I've tried many combinations, so it all ends up to the same result. But for the sake of simplicity, we'll do this. The time, according to Ivan Panin's numbers, and they're only like 3 or 4 years off from the other Bible historians that determine these years. That's about 690 BC, about that time, or roughly in that range. So that is when Israel was removed from the land, the northern kingdom of Israel. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. Yeah, I will punish you 7 times for your sins. And for the sake of simplicity, we'll just go with this date, about 690 BC, or in that range, and 360 days for each biblical year. 360 days is one biblical year. 1 time times 7. That is 2,520 days. Remember, Yahweh said in Numbers 14:34, each day for a year you shall know the breach of my promise. So that is 2,520 years. And when you take that date, that the Israel was removed out of the land and from Yahweh's sight, and fast forward 2,520 years later, you get this date. The Louisiana Purchase, when the United States territory boomed, and they were really seeing their birthright promises and blessings. Now Ephraim got the double portion first. He was the top dog. Remember, there was 13 original colonies. And then Manasseh took back his birthright and got independence from Ephraim. And then after that 2,520 year withholding, they boomed. That's when they surpassed Ephraim. So you see how that all ties in. And so then you go to the next slide, please. Now, we're going to identify the other tribes and why these nations are at tribe. So Reuben, we will identify as friends. And in Genesis 49, this is when Jacob's prophesying about all the sons. He says, Reuben, thou art my firstborn, my might, and the beginning of my strength, the excellence of dignity, and the excellency of power. Unstable as water, thou shalt not excel, because thou wentest up to thy father's bed, then defile it, thou it. He went up to my couch. So we'll go to the next slide. Okay, so we're going to see some traits in the French that line up with Genesis 49, verses 3 through 4. Now, in Judges 5:15 through 16, the Reubenites declined to fight in the battle against the Canaanites under Deborah and Barak. So they were neutral. You know, we're staying out of this. Now, so the French didn't want to fight with the United States in the war in Iraq a while back. And during World War II, the French yielded to Nazi pressure. And rather than fight alongside with Britain, they begrudgingly cooperated with the Nazis and coexisted with the Vichy government at the time. And so, however, it says that Reuben is unstable as water. Now there's this term called a French leave, where you just up and leave with no notice for no reason. Shows the French being volatile, unpredictable, and during the 70 years of the Third Republic, more than 100 cabinets succeeded one another in France with an average tenure in office of less than 8 months. Now that's pretty unstable. Even the Encyclopedia Britannica calls this Third Republic era of French history unstable. And since they're unstable as water, well, now remember how the French, they helped the United States in the Revolutionary War. And with the Napoleonic Empire, they used to be not opposed to fighting, but then with some other, see, you don't know what Reuben's going to do. He's unstable as water. Sometimes he fights, sometimes he doesn't. We see that early on in the book of Judges. Now, isn't this interesting? The Napoleonic Empire tried to get control over Europe from Britain. So Reuben's trying to take his birthright back from Ephraim, and when he lost the Napoleonic Empire lost to the British, well, then he decided to help Manasseh some passive-aggressive way, just to get back at Ephraim. I just think that's kind of funny. But evidently there's some significance to that. Now, it says, Reuben, thou shalt not excel. So, he will have, now Deuteronomy 33:6 says that Reuben's men shall not be few, so he'll still be populous. And actually, thou shalt not excel, that also is translated as thou shalt have no preeminence. So he'll be a close second to Ephraim and Manasseh, but he won't get the birthright blessing. And you can kind of see that with the Napoleonic Empire and otherwise. So, Reuben, the excellence of my dignity. Well, the French are very dignified, even to the point of being kind of stuck up. They have extreme pride in their culture, their food, their monuments. In fact, in France, there's something called the Toubon law, which you can't even use English words in public schools. They want to preserve their language so much. And these are similar laws in French, Canadian, Quebec. And the last identifying trait of Reuben is, what was Reuben? He was sexually immoral, perverse. He defiled his father's concubine, couldn't control himself. And the French are known for loose sexual practices and appetites, always satisfying appetites, particularly with food too. They're hedonists. I mean, although they didn't invent it, they credit French kissing with them. And when French officials are caught in sex scandals, they really don't care in France. It's not like here where Bill Clinton is put on trial for it. Not that that was right what he did, but just the French have a more loose attitude towards sexual immorality. We even see that with Marquis de Sade, probably one of the biggest, most famous perverts of all time. The dude was French. We'll go to the next tribe now. Now, Zebulun, we will identify as the Netherlands. And we have two clues here, two prophecies. Genesis 49:13. Zebulun shall dwell at the haven of the sea, and he shall be for a haven of ships, and his border shall be unto Zidon. And in Deuteronomy 33, Moses prophesies about the tribes as well. And this is what he says about Zebulun in verse 19. They shall call the people unto the mountain. There they shall offer sacrifice of righteousness. For they shall suck of the abundance of the seas and of treasures hid in the sand. Okay, so go to the next slide, please. Now, let's get to that. Now, it says Zebulun shall be a haven for ships. Well, what's a haven? It's defined here as a shelter, a safe place, or of refuge, or it's also a port or a harbor. This is the Rotterdam port in the Netherlands, the gateway to Europe, as they call it. Now, from early on, and this still is, thank you, the busiest seaport in Europe, if not one of the busiest seaports in the world. And go to the next slide up. Okay, now, where was I? Oh, yes. So the Dutch invented a very advanced Dijken system here. And so that, remember in Deuteronomy 33, was talking about he shall suck the treasure out of the sea from the sand. Well, this that Hebrew word that suck is translated from is the same term used for an infant sucking from his mother's breast. They'll suck it out of the sea, out of the sand in that sea. Well, what is typically in the sand under the ocean? And what treasure did the Dutch suck out? If you go to the next slide, we'll identify what that was. Everyone knows shell gas? It's owned by the Dutch. It's also called Dutch Royal Shell. That's the treasure they sucked out of the sea. And they were right in the perfect strategic location for that. And so he's the haven of ships, and He sucked the treasure out of the sea, all in that perfect location. Now, could someone please just get me a water bottle from the cooler? Thanks. So, another clue here, the last part of Jacob's prophecy of Zebulun, is that, I mean, there's the cooler on the floor. It has a. The last clue is that his border shall be unto Zidon. Oh, thanks. Well, that Hebrew word border, it actually means thighs. And it's different than the other legs. I should have put what Hebrew words were up there, but like in Daniel, I think, when it's describing the statue of Nebuchadnezzar, you know, the legs and the thighs and legs are two separate Hebrew words. So the border is into the thigh region unto Zidon. That's also Sidon, Sidonian. Now the Sidonians were loose in sexual practices too. Jezebel is a Sidonian princess, and the Baal worshippers, you know, the Phoenicians, the Sidonians engage in a lot of sexual rituals, pagan worship sex rituals. Gives us a clue, and the border, the thigh region, well, what is in the Netherlands? What's in Amsterdam? The red light district. I mean, people go to the Netherlands here to smoke pot, or, you know, well, you got a reason why they go there. I mean, that's one thing they're known for. So they fulfill all those prophecies very specifically. Now, if you go to the next slide, we'll close with Zebulun, something very interesting. Now, during the 80 Years' War, the Spaniards tried to conquer towards the end of the 80 Years' War, the Spaniards tried to conquer the Dutch province of Alkmaar. This was about 1576. Okay, and there was a specific battle in the province of Alkmaar. This is called the Siege of Alkmaar. There's a town in the province of Alkmaar called Horn. And the Spanish admiral Bossu tried to conquer the town of Horn, but failed. And what you see here are three adjoined houses in the town of Horn. This is called the Bossu-Huizen House, named after Count Bossu. Although these friezes here, these are actually, it's like a monument to taunt. Well, not really taunt, it's just the victory the Dutch won against the Spaniards. And you notice the haven of ships. You got ships all over these friezes. So if you go to the next slide, we'll zoom in on this house right here, particularly this region, this plaque on the frieze. Now, I will give you the translation in English. We go to the next page. But notice, what do you have here? You have Amalek and Israel. So if you go, whenever you're ready, just go to the next slide. I'll tell you what this means in English. That plaque you saw, it's in English it reads, "Oh happy times, oh grand golden message. Everyone who remembers it must rejoice. The country shakes and trembles. The enemy shakes and trembles. The enemy is drawn near. With the help of Amalek, he wants to slaughter all Israel." Now, if that doesn't flip your switch, I don't know what will. But once again, it's a pretty revealing clue in light of everything else we just found out about Zebulun. Now, if you go to the next slide, please. Now, we have identified the tribe of Issachar as Finland. Now, this prophecy is in Genesis 49:15. Issachar is a strong ass, or donkey, couching down between two burdens. And he saw that rest was good, and the land that it was pleasant, and bowed his shoulder to bear, and became a servant unto tribute. Now, what are the two burdens that Issachar the donkeys couched between? Well, for a while, Finland didn't get its independence till much later. Depending on how you define independence, right around 1918 or so. But Finland is couched between two burdens. At one point, Sweden completely controlled and dominated Finland. And then the Russians dominated Finland for a while. So it was couched between two burdens. One master ruled it, not at the same time, but at separate times. So Russia and Sweden fought for control over Finland. Let me go to the next slide, please. Now, a tribe named Tokhari migrated with the Masagati and other Saki tribes through Russia. And Tola was the name of one of Issachar's sons in Numbers 26-23. That's a clan of Issachar. Now, Tokhari is a composite word of Tola and Issachar. And there's a Russian city, Tula, to this day, I believe, when the Masagati, it's the Issacharites, the Tokhari with the Masagati, when they passed through Russia, that name, that Russian town, gives us some clues before they arrived in the region of Finland. Now, so when Russia ruled Finland between 1899 and 1905, the Russian Tsar fixed an annual tribute for Finland to pay. He's a servant unto tribute, and we're going to see that pattern in their history. Now, the Finns volunteered in the armies of Russia and Germany in World War I. They saw some independence restored in 1917, but in 1918 they signed a peace treaty with Germany called the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, or how do you pronounce that? Now, the Russians attacked Finland as World War II began. The Finns put up a heroic resistance, but then had to sign a treaty ceding territory to Russia. It's called the Winter War. When Germany attacked Russia in 1941, Finland briefly allied itself with Germany before signing an armistice with both Great Britain and Russia in 1941. At the end of World War II, Finland had to pay war reparations to the Soviet Union. See, he keeps having to pay tribute to everyone. He's a servant unto tribute. And you know how good he is at paying tributes? Finland is the only country that paid back all of its World War II debt to everyone. The United States, the Soviet Union. It was the only country to this day that's paid back all its debt. And he learned to be real good at coughing up them ducats, paying those tributes. And so anyway, as you know, some people are just meant to be the donkey and be burdened and pay everything. But to their credit, they did put up a lot of heroic resistance and won some remarkable battles. So anyway, we'll go to the next slide. Now, the tribe of Dan. Now, Dan has a huge migratory path, but primarily today we've identified Dan as Ireland and Denmark. Genesis 49:16 through 17 says, Dan shall judge his people as one of the tribes of Israel. Dan shall be a serpent by the way, an adder in the path, that biteth the horse heels, so that his rider shall fall backward. So go to the next slide, please. So this is a condensed migration map of the tribe of Dan. Okay, so he's, you know, like a serpent's path, like a serpent's trail. Look at this winding path of all of the migrations of Dan. Just follow the lines. Now, you're going to see this pattern with Dan, and it says in the scriptures too, whenever Dan goes somewhere, he names the places after him. It's kind of like, you know, a little kid says, well, I don't see your name on it. Well, Dan, he got his bases covered as he puts his name on everything. There's no mistake what's his. You know, like Danae, the Danube River, Danzig, or De Danans. It's in Hibernia, the ancient name for Ireland. And what was Denmark's, actually, when you translate it into Danish, Denmark is Danmark. If you go to the next slide, please. When you're done, you know, helping everyone see that map. Yeah, be with us today. Yeah, for just showing you the serpent's trail, the serpent's path of the winding migrations of Dan. Okay, so Deuteronomy 33:22 says that Dan shall leap from Bashan. That was an area of Palestine, and they leapt and just kept leaping everywhere. Now Judges 5:17 records that Dan lived in ships. They were the seafaring people, and that's why they migrated all around. Now where's that pattern of Dan naming places after him? When Joshua in 1947, Dan renamed the city of Lashem Dan. Okay, this is our city. We're naming it. The other brothers ain't getting it. Okay, so we're going to just discuss briefly the migrations of Dan. Now, the Tuatha De Danans, that's what secular history calls them. The Tuatha De Danans, even when you fudge up the semantics and linguistics with Greek and Roman terms, it's so obvious who they are. The Tuatha De Danan's migration is recorded in the early histories of Ireland or Hibernia. The Danans fought a 3-day battle to establish a homeland against the Firbolgs, which centered around a hill called, which they named later, Ben Levi. After which they built many stone forts. 2 forts on the Irish islands called the Arans are named Dún Alongasa and Dún Concuir. Now you see, sometimes it's Dún, but when you remove the vowels, you know, DN, that's pretty much Dan. Okay, and so there was sea raiders, these seafaring sea raiding people, recorded by the Egyptian and Greek historians that traveled in those same migratory paths we saw on the map. Okay, now the Greeks and the Egyptians called them the Danauna and the Sakari. The Greeks called them the Danans, the Tuatha De Danans. These sea raiders that were active in the Levant is another term for the Eastern Mediterranean. Now, Zakari, that's what the Egyptians call it. Tzak is a Hebrew form of Isaac. The sea peoples, that's what they call them, well, they're the sea peoples, with all these different names, had roots in Anatolia, or modern-day Turkey. And the region of Anatolia associated with ancient Troy used to be called Dardania. The Tuatha De Danann arrived in Ireland around 721 BC. After the Saki arrived, the Black Sea's rivers were renamed. The most prominent one was the Danube River. Okay, so if you go to the next slide, please. I'm not sure if there's something after this. And then I'll tie in the prophecy of the adder biting the horse's heels, assuming there's nothing about Dan after us. Can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you.
Oh, I thought it did go.
No, it was ornery. Okay, we'll get to this in a minute, but first it said that, that Dan is an adder in the path. He shall bite the horse's heel so the rider falls backwards. Well, the Irish, at least most of Ireland, not Northern Ireland, but the Irish gained their independence from the British, the rider. And the snake bit the heels of the rider and it fell backwards, knock it right in the, so that they fall backwards and they got their independence. And notice the analogy here. It's a snake that's subtle biting the heels of the horse, so it falls back, throws the rider off. This is not open warfare. This is referring to guerrilla warfare, much like the tactics the Irish Republican Army uses. And an interest in is, I don't need a pictures. You all know what the famous "Don't Tread on Me" flag looks like. They used many American wars, particularly the Civil War. It has that adder, the snake. It says, "Don't tread on me." He's the adder in the path, and that is another indication of some form of guerrilla warfare. That's pretty interesting. Now, Gad, we have identified as Germany. Now remember, some Germans are Assyrians. We discussed that briefly earlier. But we're identifying most of Germany as Gad. And there's two clues. Genesis 49:19, Gad, a troop shall overcome him, but he shall overcome at the last. Deuteronomy 33:20 says, and of Gad he said, blessed be he that enlargeth Gad. He dwelleth as a lion, and teareth the arm with the crown of the head. So if you go to the next slide, please. Now, the Kermans, remember the Kermans, the Carmanians, those were the Assyrians. But then there was the Germani, which are the Parthian tribes. They migrated through the Caucasus Mountains towards Europe in huge numbers. And there was 4 major subdivisions of Germanic people that migrated into Europe that the modern-day Germans stem from. Remember we talked about the Alemanni, the Franks, the Saxons, and the Goths. And there's a German region called Saxony. The German word for Saxon is Saxis and Saxe. It was pretty close to Saki, actually. Now, remember it says, a troop shall overcome him, but Gad shall overcome at the last. Now, because these people, they're all intermingled with the Assyrian Germans, they do kind of mingled in. Like it was talking about, Gad shall be enlarged. Well, the German Empire used to be pretty big, the Prussian Empire, and it compared him to a lion tearing off the crown, a predatory, warlike nature, which is definitely exhibited in the history of Germany. And a troop shall overcome him, but he shall overcome at the last. Now, after World War II, the Germans became one of the most prosperous and wealthy, well-to-do nations in the world, particularly European nations. But you notice in the Germans' history, they exhibit a lot of peaceful characteristics. Like, for example, contributing to music, classical music, literature, the Gutenberg printing press, and whatnot. So we see these two sides of Germany, and since the Assyrians happened to get there, you have the predatory, warlike nature, then you also have this other side of the Germans. And remember the Berlin Wall? Well, Western Germany boomed. A troop shall overcome him, he shall overcome at the last. But Eastern Germany never quite got up to snuff with Western Germany in terms of prosperity. So what does this indicate? Well, the people in Eastern Germany probably, though maybe are not necessarily Israelites and didn't receive the blessings of some of those other Germans did. Now, we'll get to them last, but Simeon and Levi are scattered amongst the tribes. They have no nation of their own. We'll get to them briefly last. But one of their prophecies is they dug down a wall in anger. Now, this is just a theory of mine, but I was just wondering if Simeon and Levi are scattered, if they dug down a wall in anger, if that referred to the Berlin Wall. I'm not saying that's fact, just a little thought I had. And you can go to the next slide now. Okay. Now, Asher, you have identified as South Africa. And the prophecy for him is in Genesis 49:20, which says, out of Asher his bread shall be fat, and he shall yield royal dainties. So you go to the next slide, please. Now, this is kind of archaic. When it says his bread shall be fat, that pretty much is indicating prosperity. And so he shall yield royal dainties. You know, royal, that's the Hebrew word melech, which means king, and I forget what the dainties, but that can also be translated delight. So he shall be prosperous and give kings delights. Okay, now what is it with these kings' delights? Whenever people visited kings, when people visited, monarchs from other countries, visited Solomon, for example, or just customary throughout history in general. Loving the Israelites, and particularly in Israelite history, gold was given as king's delights. Now, in Numbers 26:45, a branch of the Asherites were the Heberites, indicating Hibernia. Now, they were active in the ancient Phoenician mining activities from the building of Solomon's temple. The Heberites, these Asherites, were actually, some of their mining posts were in Hibernia too. And they were in with the mining activities. As they went on the ships, the Israelites did some labor overseas and at home, and as with the Phoenicians, they did a lot of labor in that Middle Eastern, Palestinian regions. Okay, now, the South African company De Beers is a pretty famous precious stones company. 94% of the world's diamond output in 2003 came from De Beers. And most of their mines are centered in South Africa. South Africa is a hotbed for mines. 50% of the world's gold reserves are in South Africa. That indicates their mining nature, giving kings delights and having fat bread and being prosperous. Now the Boers are the Afrikaans, the South African language, the Afrikaans, that the original settlers spoke. The Boers or Afrikaans are a mixture of British and Dutch people. Now Zebulun and Asher lived side by side in ancient Israel, and Zebulun's the Dutch, so kind of another clue. If you go to the next slide, please. Now we have identified Naphtali as Sweden. Genesis 49:21 says, Naphtali is a hind let loose. He giveth goodly words. And so, you go to the next slide, please. Now, Naphtali is one of the easiest tribes to trace their migration because in 2 Kings 15:29, as you recall, the entire tribe of Naphtali was taken captive before the fall of Samaria. Now, another large mass group of people called the Yuchi were being pushed from Inner Asia towards Scythia and Parthia. Early Chinese chronicles indicate these groups of Huns were the Hephthalites, but their names changed over time. Their original name was the Naphtalites. The Naphtalites. Now, if you don't see, that was practically unchanged, and they kept their tribal name longer than the other tribes up until the 7th century AD. If this doesn't give you a clue, I'm sorry. You need to have your head checked. If you don't see that's obvious. The Naphtalites. Okay? Now keep in mind, this isn't to be confused with the other Huns, like Attila the Hun. The other historians group the Yuchi all together. But these Naphthalite Huns were quite different than the other Huns. Okay? Because the Naphthalite Huns were, their capitals called Sakawa, very similar to Saki. They were pushed towards Scythian Parthians and intermingled with those people. Now their capital, Sakawa, ruled their own kingdom in the region of Afghanistan and West India for a while. And they migrated into Sweden eventually. And now the book of Tobit, now I'm saying this is an apocryphal book. I'm not saying should be in the Bible or anything. It's not canonical, but it parallels 2 Kings 19:37, mentioning the death of the Assyrian king Sennacherib at the hands of his sons, and then fleeing to Ararat or Armenia for refuge. The book of Tobit also shows in chapters 1 and 14 that a family of Naphtalites maintained contact with each other as they were resettled in Assyria and the cities of Medes. The book of Tobit shows that the Naphtalites lived in Ecbatana in Media when Nineveh fell. Secular history calls Ecbatana a Scythian city. So you see a connection. So we'll wrap up Naphtali. Remember that brief clue. Naphtali is a hind let loose. He giveth forth goodly words. Well, a hind is a female deer, and she's let loose. Let loose in the wild, in heat, the female deer. Doe, a deer, a female deer. And so, okay, now, when America's sexual morals started to get more loose, the sexual liberation movement, these Swedish actresses like Ursula Andress, or Dr. No, James Bond, and Anne Margaret, when this influx of Swedish actresses into Hollywood, that brought the idea of blondes have more fun, that kind of changed America's perspective on sexual values. I'm not trying to be lecherous, but this is the only way to resolve that prophecy in light of the migrations and everything. And Naphtali giveth forth goodly words. Well, what are the goodly words? Every year in Stockholm, the Nobel Prizes are held. That's the goodly words, my friends. And as I don't think that it's all talking about these female deers prancing around in heat, these blonde women, the goodly words whispering sweet nothings in your ears. That ties into the Nobel Prize ceremony. So if you go to the next slide, please. All right, now we have identified Benjamin as Norway. In Genesis 49:27 says, Benjamin shall raven as a wolf. In the morning he shall devour the prey, and at night he shall divide the spoil. So if you go to the next slide, please. Okay, now, in Judges 19, chapters 19 through 21, a civil war between the Benjaminites and the other tribes erupted. Although the Benjaminites were outnumbered 400,000 to 26,700, they won the first two battles as they routed the combined forces of the other tribes. The entire tribe of Benjamin was eventually reduced to only 600 men. So they're tenacious and fight tooth and nail even when it's foolish. And since they were only around 600 men after the Civil War with the other tribes, they are one of the least populous tribes, probably in fact the least populous tribe. Okay, now the Israelites were living in Asia Minor during the Apostolic era, as evident by the opening of Peter's first epistle. Now, Saul of Tarsus, who everyone knows as Paul the Apostle, was born in this area of Asia Minor, and he was a Benjaminite. Now, the area of Galatia, they were also called the Gauls of Europe. Okay, and so, now, let's tie in some clues here. They're tenacious fighters, even to the pretty bloodthirsty. They ravenous a wolf, they devour the prey and divide the spoil. Who does that describe? The Vikings. Now the Vikings actually carry that concept of that Hebrew tradition of blowing on a ram's horn. They called it the buka horn. Now let's think about this wolf thing. Wolves are not just the predatory, ferocious nature, and how Norway has barely any people despite its huge countryside. Wolves are indigenous in northern climates, and indicating that Benjamin's Latter-day Territory will be in a northern latitude. And we've already ruled out the other northern latitude countries. And thus, now the last clue for Benjamin, unfortunately I couldn't find a picture. It's in a book and I didn't scan it. It's a hard picture to find. But Norway was going to use the wolf as their official symbol at one time. Now, when the Nazis, that is the Assyrians, came and stormed into Norway and took over, Norway, I couldn't scan this picture in time, Norway was building a wolf column, a big column with a wolf on top, howling, to be their national symbol, but the Nazis destroyed them all, and there's only one photo existing of this wolf column. That's a pretty interesting clue. Then we go to the next slide, please. Here we got to the last guys. Simeon and Levi. Genesis 49, 5-7. Simeon and Levi are brethren. Instruments of cruelty are in their habitations. O my soul, come not thou into their secret, unto their assembly mine honor be not thou united. For in their anger they slew a man, and in their self-will they digged down a wall. Cursed be their anger, for it was fierce, and their wrath, for it was cruel. I will divide them in Jacob and scatter them in Israel. So Simeon and Levi, there's a parallel here because, they did to Dinah's Goy husband Shechem without Jacob's approval, just slaughtering all of them. They don't have a nation, specific nations of their own. They're scattered amongst all the other tribes. But we can still find out some clues about them. So if you go to the next slide, please. Okay. Now, Simeon and Levi, they're instruments of cruelty. Now, Simeon, throughout the scriptures, had a warlike nature. And see, you could tell by Genesis 34, they're basically the shoot first, ask questions later people with a propensity for violence. In fact, the Levites, what was their job? The sacrifices, blood and guts. These people aren't squeamish. There's the character trait of them. In fact, Simeon, to illustrate his cruelty, he was the leader of the effort to kill Joseph before he was sold into slavery. And in Genesis 42:24, Joseph put Simeon in a prison while he sent the other brothers left to Canaan. I mean, this guy, Simeon, their father, daddy knows best. They're instruments of cruelty. Now, 2 Chronicles 15:9 and 2 Chronicles 34:6 mention that Simeon joined Ephraim and Manasseh. So even though Simeon scattered, he's mainly amongst these dudes. And since the tribe of Levi was disenfranchised by Jeroboam and sent to the southern kingdom, they're mainly with Judah. But they're scattered amongst everywhere. Okay, now, there was a tribe that arrived shortly after the Danites, around the same time. They arrived in Breton, the old name for Britain. This tribe, these people were called the Simoni. Once again, if you don't see the connection, I'm sorry. I don't know how else you're going to see something that obvious. While many Israelites were fleeing from Assyrian captivity, the Simoni migrated to Breton. Their Celtic descendants were fierce warriors that limited advances from the Romans and the Saxons into the British Isles. Because remember, the Romans wanted to conquer Britain, and we discussed earlier. Well, who was preventing the Romans from getting into Breton? Who were the fierce warriors, the Simoni. Eventually, those descendants were pushed westward into Wales and northward into Scotland. They migrated along with Dan, as I mentioned earlier. Now, Sparta helped Carthage and established a colony in Carthage named Taras. Tara was the name of one of the places the Israelites pitched in Numbers 33, 27 through 28 when they were wandering around, the wilderness. And Terah was the father of Abraham. You'll see that in Genesis 11:31. A city of ancient Ireland was also called Terah, since the Simoni migrated with the Danites. So you go to the next slide, please. Yes. No. Yeah, this one, yes. Okay, so we noticed the Spartans had that, were intermingled with the Parthians. They had some relationship there. Now this is a really big clue here. The Jews and the Spartans had a fascinating correspondence in the 2nd century BC. You see this in the first book of Maccabees. During the Maccabees' revolt from the Seleucid Greeks, a Jewish leader, because remember the Maccabees trying to get independence from the Seleucids, a Jewish leader, Jonathan, sent a letter to the Spartans. You'll see this in 1 Maccabees 12, verses 5 through 18. Jonathan, the high priest, and the rest of the Jewish people send greetings to their brothers, the Spartans. They're calling them brothers here. In former times, a letter was sent to the high priest Oneas from Arius, who was then a king among you, to say that you are our kinsmen, brothers and family. As the copy of it that is appended to this shows, we have undertaken to send to renew relations of brotherhood with you, as it is right and proper to remember kinsmen. Then we see Arius, the king of the Spartans, sends his reply back to Jonathan in 1 Maccabees 12, 19 to 23. Arius, king of the Spartans, sends greetings to Onias, the chief priest. It has been found in writing concerning the Spartans and Jews that they are kinsmen, and they are descended from Abraham. Now, since we learned this, please write us about your welfare. Okay, so even though Simeon's scattered, we can definitely pinpoint them in that region. And thus, what are the Spartans famous for? Their tremendous fighting abilities. It's legendary. People practically, drool over it. The movie 300. Their superior, fighting skills and tactics. And 300 Spartans defeated all those Persians. Remember in the book of Judges, chapters 6 or 8, Gideon's army of 300 defeated all the Midianites. Super warriors, I see another scriptural parallel to the exact number. And, Levi, we see these traits among them, but Levi also were the musical talent in the temple. So perhaps, of course that's subjective, but perhaps people with musical talent as well is scattered among them could be identified more specifically. Now this is worth investigating, although this is the biggest clue that I've studied myself about the Simeon, but Levi might be hard to pinpoint otherwise. Well, anyway, we'll close with just some words from other people, what they say about all this information I presented to you people. Go to the next slide, please. Now, the rabbis say, because Rico, if the rabbis say it must be true. Now, let's see what some Jewish people said about this information I presented. This school of thought. I believe the 10 tribes to be in various parts of Europe. Maimonides, Well, that guy's a big wig. Everyone knows who that dude is. He counted all the commandments to be 613, right? And then we saw, Eldad and Josephus backing up this information we presented. Maimonides concurred with Maimonides. Now, Moses ben Isaac Edrehi was a Moroccan-born rabbi and Kabbalist. He believed the lost tribes of Israel were also located in Europe. And he wrote in his book the historical account of the 10 tribes, written in 1836. And he chronicled a lot of the information that we discovered. And he specifically mentions in an excerpt from his book here, Ortelius, the great geographer, given the description of Tartary, notices a kingdom of Arsarat, where the 10 tribes retiring succeeded other Scythian inhabitants and took the name Gother, the Goths, because they were very jealous for the glory of Elohim. In another place he found the Naphtalites, who had their hordes there. He also discovered the tribe of Dan in the north, which has preserved its name. They further add that the remains of ancient Israel were more numerous here than in Muscovy and Poland, from which it was concluded that their habitation was fixed in Tartary, from whence they passed into neighboring places. It is no wonder to find the 10 tribes dispersed there, since it was no great way to go from Assyria. Either they were transplanted, having only Armenia betwixt them. So all these places, these migrations, the historical accounts we discussed, not only were backed up by Josephus, Eldad, or the other Jewish historians, Maimonides and Maimonides agree, and Moses ben Isaac Edrehi, a rabbi and Kabbalist, wrote a whole book about what we just talked about. If you go to the next slide, please. This is the last slide. And Eliezer Basin, a 19th century Russian Jew of aristocratic origins, wrote in his book British and Jewish Fraternity, 1884, he equated Britain with the Israelite tribe of Ephraim. And this is an excerpt of what he wrote. The Hebrew scriptures, the Tanakh, point to the British Isles as the home of Elohim's firstborn, i.e. Ephraim, the collective name for the 10 tribes. And he cites Jeremiah 31:9. It is my conviction that Britain is the nation with whom Elohim has from first to last identified himself. I, an Israelite of the house of Judah, claim you as Israelites of the house of Ephraim, or the house of Israel. As believers in the faithfulness of our covenant-keeping God, I call you to awake from your sleep. Here, Eliezer Basin, a Russian Jew of noble origins, aristocratic origins, royal origins, and encouraging the British to wake up and realize who they are. And the Jewish Encyclopedia begrudgingly backs up this information we presented, but of course it kind of beat around the bush. The Jewish Encyclopedia notes the identification of the Saki or Scythians with the 10 tribes, because they appear in history at the same time and very nearly in the same place as the Israelites removed by Shalmaneser, is one of the chief supports of the theory which identifies the English people and indeed the whole Teutonic race with the 10 tribes. The Jewish Encyclopedia, 1901, volume 12, page 215. And finally, in 1900, S.J. Deutschberger, a Jew and the head of the Industrial Mission of the Jews, became General Secretary of the British Israel Association. So, I'll just close with these words. You see all this historical accounts and supports from Jewish people. It only became hostile. They only became hostile to this truth. It actually started to decline after Israel became its own independent state in 1948. Kind of curious. And once these neo-Nazi chumps cherry-picked this information, not realizing their stupidity, and they ruined this truth that's undeniable by scripture, history, archaeology, and other things. Well, I'm telling those people now, we're taking it back. And acknowledging two-house theology, it says it right there in the Tanakh. You know, the Old Testament, there's two houses. There's no way around it. Acknowledging two-house theology is not conflict with being Jewish or Judaism. You know, yet we still acknowledge who Judah is. We just want to clear up who the other dudes are. And so, now that we've cleared up this information in an objective and historical and scriptural manner and tied it all in, well, what are you going to do with this information out? If you are a two-houser, just find this out for the first time, or what if you're someone else find this out for the first time? What will you do with it now? And remember, Amalek, you see him with the wrong.